Imagine waking before the sun has fully stretched its pale, hesitant light across the quiet streets. The early morning fog curling softly around chimneys and rooftops, blending with the faint smoke rising from distant furnaces, carrying with it the smell of coal and metal, a scent that has become almost familiar in the rhythm of your days. And as you step out of your modest home, the chill of the morning air brushes against your cheeks and fingers, prompting you to pull your coat a little tighter around your shoulders. The fabric rough and worn from months of repeated use, the ration tickets tucked carefully in your pocket, their thin paper creased from frequent handling, each one a small, quiet promise of the sustenance and provisions you will claim later. While your eyes trace the streets around you, noting the flicker of light from windows just beginning to stir with the movement of neighbors rising to meet the day, the slow opening of shutters, the faint creak of hinges as doors are pushed ajar, the occasional patter of footsteps on the cobblestones that carry the faint echo of distant conversation, whispers of greetings or updates on news from afar. And as you walk past these faintly animated houses, your senses fill with the layers of the city waking for another day. The hum of life just beneath the surface, as children who are still sleepy shuffle alongside adults making their way to work, and the air itself seems to carry a muted tension, the sort that comes from living in a world at war, where each day is measured not only by the passing of hours, but by the careful distribution of resources, the allocation of food, the management of fuel, and the expectation that the machinery of both society and industry will continue unbroken. And as you continue your slow journey toward the factories that rise sturdily from the streets, tall and imposing, their chimneys stretching into the gray sky and exhaling thin plumes of smoke, you notice how the morning sounds change, the soft whisper of conversation replaced gradually by the low, distant hum of machinery, a sound that grows in resonance with each step, wrapping around the buildings, brushing against walls, filling alleys, and becoming an almost tactile presence that guides your movement forward, while your mind begins to absorb the subtle visual cues of your environment, noting the small details that define the era. Posters encouraging thrift and efficiency, painted signs marking ration points or factory entrances, the odd uniformed officer guiding traffic, the careful balance of urgency and restraint in the movements of those around you. And all the while, the scents of the morning mingle and layer in your awareness. Coal smoke from the furnaces, the faintly sweet smell of bread being baked in ovens along the streets, the metallic temps of tools and parts from open workshops, a combination of odors that would be overwhelming in a different context, but now forms a subtle rhythm, a familiar comfort, an olfactory landscape that quietly prepares you for the hours ahead. And as you approach the factory gates, the hum of machinery intensifies, a low, steady vibration that seems to pulse through the ground, through your shoes, and into your very bones, while the gates themselves, heavy with wrought iron, creak as they are pushed open, releasing a flood of sounds from inside the building, the tap and clink of metal against metal, the rhythmic pounding of drills, the soft, distant murmur of voices, each carrying small pieces of conversation, exchanged between colleagues in a delicate balance of camaraderie and focus. The occasional whistle marking shift changes or breaks, the faint smell of warm oil and heated metal wafting outward, mixing with the cooler air of the morning. All of it combining into a layered sensory experience that welcomes you into the world of the factory. And as you step forward into this space, your eyes adjusting to the dim light that flickers overhead, you notice the workers already at their stations, their hands moving in practiced rhythm, bodies bending and stretching in a repetition honed over days and weeks. The machines themselves seeming to have a quiet consciousness of their own, vibrating and humming with life. And as you take your place among them, you feel the weight of the day settle into your muscles, the anticipation of the hours ahead blending with the familiarity of routine, the gentle tension of work mingling with the quiet intimacy of shared labor. And you pause for a moment, breathing in the layered scent of oil, metal, dust, and human effort, listening to the symphony of industry. A combination of repetitive sounds and subtle variations that almost lull the mind even as the body prepares for exertion. And in this pause, you realize that you are stepping not only into a factory, but into a rhythm of life defined by endurance, attention to detail, and the quiet heroism of ordinary people contributing to a world that depends on their steady, patient effort, a rhythm that will carry you through the day, that will weave you into the fabric of wartime labor, and that will, in its own slow and measured way, guide you gently into the story that lies ahead. You arrive at the factory gates just as the morning light begins to filter weakly through the tall chimneys, the air thick with the mingling scents of coal, oil, and dust that have already begun to settle over the sprawling complex overnight. And as you step forward, the heavy metal doors swing open with a creak, releasing a faint gust of warmer air mixed with the subtle temps of heated metal and machinery into the cooler outdoor morning. And you pause briefly at the threshold, adjusting your cap and gloves, feeling the slight chill in your fingers and the weight of your coat against your shoulders, listening to the low hum of the assembly line that stretches into the distance. Ahead of you, a hum that pulses gently in rhythm with the echo of your footsteps across the hard metallic floors. The sound of distant drills striking metal parts in steady cadence, the occasional clink of tools being set down, the soft shuffle of colleagues finding their positions, and the murmur of brief greetings exchanged in whispered tones as workers settle into their designated spots, preparing for the rhythm of the day to unfold. The first tasks always familiar and deliberate, checking tools for defects, inspecting machinery to ensure smooth operation, laying out parts for assembly, and adjusting each element until it feels precisely right, while your eyes trace the assembly line ahead, noticing the repetitive but intricate pattern of tasks, rivets being inserted into airplane wings, screws tightened carefully by gloved hands, metal panels inspected for flaws, shells aligned with meticulous precision. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and you fall into this rhythm, moving slowly, deliberately, your hands and body synchronizing with the mechanical pulse of the machines, the tactile sensations of cold metal and rough gloves becoming familiar companions as you work, while the sounds of the factory grow layered around you, distant whirs of motors, faint scraping of metal. Along work surfaces the echo of footsteps along the concrete aisles, punctuated occasionally by the soft whistle signaling the mid-morning check or a brief pause. And as the hours stretch forward, the monotony of repeated motion begins to weave itself into a gentle, almost hypnotic cadence, each movement mirrored by the next, each breath and shift of weight flowing seamlessly into the next task, while your muscles ache subtly from bending, lifting, and reaching, the back stiff from hours of standing. the shoulders tight from the repetition of tightening screws and handling heavy metal. Yet, even discomfort becomes part of the rhythm, a soft, constant reminder of effort and endurance. And when mid-morning inspections arrive, you walk slowly down the line, eyes scanning each workstation, noting imperfections with careful attention, touching metal surfaces to gauge their temperature, listening to the hum and whir to detect any unusual variations, all the while feeling a quiet sense of responsibility, knowing that even the smallest flaw might be caught by your careful vigilance. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and then, at last, the brief respite of the lunch break arrives, a small oasis in the steady pulse of labor, where you find a place to sit among colleagues, sharing quietly wrapped meals, swapping a piece of bread or a scrap of chocolate. The whispered conversations about ration availability, letters from home, or subtle jokes creating a gentle warmth against the backdrop of mechanical noise and laborious monotony. Feeling the camaraderie in small gestures, the connection in shared glances and fleeting smiles, before rising again to resume work, back into the flow of machines and tools, the afternoon stretching long, the sun drifting across factory windows, casting shifting patterns of light that dance across metal surfaces and worn floors, while the heat builds unventilated air clinging to your skin, the faint metallic scent intensifying, your lungs drawing in fine particles that have settled over months, a subtle discomfort that has become second nature, the repetitive motions demanding focus and patience. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. You tighten each rivet, align each panel, inspect each part, the rhythmic motion weaving a slow, deliberate pattern through the hours, punctuated only by the occasional distant whistle or the soft clatter of dropped tools. And as fatigue seeps into every muscle, every joint, your mind drifts into quiet observation, noting the details that usually go unnoticed, the slight bend of a colleague's wrist as they adjust a screw, the glint of sunlight on a polished surface, the soft murmur of machinery vibrating through the floor, the faint smell of oil and metal lingering in the warm afternoon air, the cold draft sneaking in through a broken window, the occasional creak of the ceiling above, all forming a layered symphony of the factory environment, a combination of effort, endurance, and subtle beauty. And as the shift progresses toward its end, the pace remains steady, almost meditative, each movement deliberate, each breath measured, the rhythm of the day settling into the body and mind like a slow, rolling tide, until finally the whistle signals the close of the day, the machines winding down, their hum fading into echoes, the metallic scent lingering gently as you and your colleagues gather personal belongings, stretching tired limbs, exchanging brief, quiet words about plans for tomorrow or news from home. The floors cooler, now the shadows longer, the sun dipping toward the horizon beyond the chimneys, and as you step out of the factory, the rhythmic pulse of labor giving way to the softer sounds of the streets, the chill of evening brushing your cheeks, the familiar smells of coal and damp earth wrapping around you once more, and you feel the slow, satisfying release of muscles no longer bound by repetition, the quiet reflection of a day completed, the weight of contribution carried lightly in your chest, knowing that tomorrow the rhythm will begin again. But for now, you walk gently toward home, each step echoing softly, the the hum of machinery replaced by the distant murmur of the city settling into night. And in this measured, slow transition, the ordinary heroism of daily labor lingers in your awareness, a testament to patience, endurance, and the understated power of human effort. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and your mind, synchronized with the calm cadence of the day, begins to drift softly toward rest, carried by the quiet rhythm of work, anticipation, and the gentle pulse of life continuing day after day in factories across a nation at war, where every rivet, every panel, every inspection matters in ways both subtle and profound, a continuous thread weaving human persistence into the fabric of history itself. Imagine stepping fully into the factory floor, the echo of your footsteps blending seamlessly with the low, steady hum of machinery that stretches endlessly in every direction. And as you approach your station, your eyes take in the long rows of workbenches, each meticulously arranged with tools, metal parts, and half-assembled components. The faint metallic scent of polished steel mingling with the warmer aroma of oil and machinery. And you reach for the first tool of the day, a rivet gun, its weight solid in your hands, a familiar heft that presses gently against your palms. The cold metal cool against your skin, the trigger smooth but requiring a steady pull. And as you position it carefully against the seam of an airplane wing, you feel the resistance of the metal beneath your fingers, the subtle vibration traveling up your arms as the rivet is driven home with a controlled, rhythmic strike. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And you repeat this motion, hand over hand, body slightly bent, shoulders flexing, wrists adjusting with each movement. The weight and balance of the tool becoming almost an extension of your own limbs, your eyes tracing the edge of the wing, ensuring alignment, counting each rivet silently to maintain consistency, noticing the subtle differences in each piece of metal, the tiny irregularities that require your careful attention. While your mind drifts into the hypnotic rhythm of repeated motion, the hum of machinery weaving into a soft, constant background, and nearby colleagues move in similar patterns, some assembling munitions, their hands deftly folding, filling, and securing shells with precision, feeling the slight resistance of metal casings, the weight shifting subtly from hand to hand, the delicate sound of components snapping into place, the faint scent of powder or lubricants brushing gently against your awareness, each movement repeated dozens or hundreds of times in a day, yet each iteration requiring focus and care to avoid flaws, while the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes, the hum continues, and you observe the subtle differences between tasks. One workbench dedicated to polishing metal surfaces, workers moving cloths in steady circles, smoothing imperfections, fingers pressing lightly against the polished curves, feeling the variation in texture, noticing how the light glints differently on a perfectly smooth surface versus one still rough. Each stroke of the polishing cloth deliberate, almost meditative aligning with the steady pulse of the factory. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Across the floor, others inspect machine parts, their hands running over gears and cogs, weighing them, feeling the balance, listening to faint clicks and subtle resistance, eyes narrowing as they note tiny imperfections, slight deviations in dimension that could cause failure in operation, their bodies bending, adjusting, standing, squatting in repetition, muscles familiar with the subtle strain of careful observation. The repetitive motions blending into a calm rhythm of movement, each breath synchronized with the hum of the machinery, while the faint tang of metal and oil lingers in the air, and you notice that even within similar tasks, each variation carries its own rhythm. The riveter's repetitive strikes, the assembler's careful alignment of munitions, the polisher's circular motion, the inspector's tactile assessment, all layered together to create a symphony of human labor. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And as the day progresses, fatigue builds subtly, your arms growing heavier, shoulders aching, fingers stiffening, but the body adapts, muscles moving with memory, the weight of tools becoming less burdensome as precision and rhythm take over, hands adjusting instinctively to the shape and balance of each instrument. And the mind drifts gently, noticing details you would have overlooked while fully awake, the slight glint of metal edges in dim light, the gentle vibration of machinery under your feet, the distant shuffle of other workers, faint conversations blending into the background hum, the faint warmth from recently polished parts, the occasional whiff of lubricant or metal dust, the repetition of actions creating a meditative / almost lulling pattern, while the drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and you feel yourself completely immersed in the rhythm of work, each hand movement deliberate, precise, and necessary. The different tasks interconnected in the quiet orchestration of production, the riveting, assembling, inspecting, and polishing, flowing together into a continuous, undisturbed pattern that fills the factory with sound, scent, motion, and attention, while the passage of time becomes measured not in hours but in sequences of repeated action, each rivet, each screw, each polished surface a marker of time passing, a testament to endurance and focus, the faint metallic temps lingering in the air as both a reminder and a comfort. And even as the day stretches onward, the subtle variations in hand pressure, the weight of different tools, the distinct tactile feel of components, and the gentle hum of machinery continue to anchor your mind in the present, forming a slow, rhythmic meditation that carries you from the first strike of the rivet to the careful placement of the final polished panel. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and by the end of the shift, your hands, though calloused and tired, have moved with a precision and awareness that transcends fatigue, your body in quiet harmony with the tools and machines, each motion layered upon the next, forming an intricate, immersive pattern that is at once repetitive and profoundly human. The day's labor, a gentle, unbroken thread woven into the larger tapestry of wartime production, a rhythm that will continue tomorrow as rivets strike again, munitions align, surfaces shine, and hands, guided by memory and patience, continue the steady, enduring work that quietly sustains a world at war. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and in this continuous motion, the worker becomes one with the task, the tools, the machines, and the soft, persistent pulse of human effort that underlies the history of industry, quiet, meditative, and unending. As the hours stretch endlessly across the factory floor, your body begins to register the subtle, accumulating effects of continuous labor, a slow, almost imperceptible layering of fatigue, that settles into joints, muscles, and sinews, your shoulders tightening with the repetition of raising rivet guns and aligning panels, the elbows aching from repeated flexion and extension, the back stiffening from long hours of bending and leaning over benches, and each movement, though practiced and rhythmic, carries a whisper of strain that grows more persistent as the day progresses, while your fingers, though accustomed to handling metal and tools, develop small blisters at the points of pressure, the skin raw from gripping cold steel. From the constant contact with rivets, bolts, and screws, occasionally brushed by the warm friction of repeated motion, and the hands, gloved or bare, bear the evidence of these countless interactions. Tiny burns from overheated metal, slight abrasions from sharp edges, and the soft sting of splintered wood or rough surfaces that have become routine companions, while your feet, resting on hard concrete or metal flooring, throb subtly with the weight of hours of standing, muscles tightening, arches aching, a gentle discomfort that spreads upward through calves and knees, grounding you in the relentless passage of time. And your eyes, scanning for imperfections, begin to tire under the dim, flickering lights overhead. The fine dust and metallic particulates in the air settling in lashes, causing intermittent irritation, while your lungs carry the ever-present heaviness of inhaled dust, oil, and faint metal shavings, the subtle grit layering onto the respiratory rhythm. And all of these sensations, the aches, the blisters, the stiffness, the dust, the slight burns combine into a continuous physical awareness, a constant whisper of the human body's limits and endurance, while simultaneously your mind becomes enmeshed in the equally demanding, though invisible, weight of psychological strain. As the monotony of repeated tasks settles like a slow tide over consciousness, the hum of drills, the strikes of rivets, the clink of tools, creating a patterned backdrop against which mental attention must remain sharp. For each panel aligned incorrectly, each munitions shell improperly assembled, each gear misinspected could have consequences, tangible or unseen, and the counting of parts, the silent calculation of batches, the repeated checks for defects, become a rhythm of vigilance that parallels the mechanical pulse of the factory. Your thoughts, circling around precision and accuracy, occasionally punctuated by the subtle anxiety of deadlines, the awareness that supervisors may glance down the line at any moment, noting output efficiency and quality, and the hum of the machinery, the drill's steady strike, the rivet's rhythm, the metallic scent remains. All forms a metronome for concentration, a steady anchor against which the mind floats, sometimes drifting toward home or imagined relief, but always returning to the tasks at hand, while the layered fatigue seeps deeper, muscles twitching faintly in response to repetitive strain, hands flexing and stretching to relieve subtle stiffness, feet shifting weight, calves contracting with conscious effort to maintain posture, back muscles adjusting minutely to preserve alignment. And yet, in the midst of these physical pressures, the monotony presses in, a psychological companion that can be both dulling and piercing. The sameness of repeated actions lulling attention even as responsibility demands focus, creating a subtle tension in which mind and body must remain in quiet dialogue. The counting of rivets, screws, panels, or munitions, forming a kind of mantra, repeated silently in thought, reinforcing concentration, maintaining accuracy, while the anxiety of deadlines, the unseen consequences of errors, hovers like a soft shadow in peripheral awareness, gentle but persistent, and the repetition of motion, already layered with the tactile sensations of tool weight, hand positions, the vibration of machinery, and the physical strain of hours standing, bending, and lifting, is mirrored by a repetition in the mental sphere. A continuous loop of observation, correction, verification, and anticipation. And all of this, the aches, the stiffness, the blisters, the dust in eyes, the subtle irritation in lungs, the mental counting, the attention to detail, the quiet anxiety over production quotas, the constant need to avoid defects, blends together into a layered, immersive awareness of life on the factory floor, a symphony of endurance in which body and mind participate in parallel yet interconnected rhythms. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. The subtle tension of fatigue and focus forming a meditative pulse that carries across hours, weaving a continuous thread of human persistence. And in this pattern, the worker becomes attuned to micro-changes in sensation, the slight relief as blisters cool with sweat evaporation, the tiny adjustment in hand angle that reduces strain, the subtle pause in breathing to accommodate the dust, the fleeting moments of mental wandering toward home or memory, each fold back into focus, a conscious act of discipline, the eyes scanning each part again, the fingers checking each surface, the ears attuned to minor variations in mechanical hum. And the rhythm persists, steady and unbroken, echoing in body and mind together, forming a gentle, immersive continuity in which fatigue, discomfort, and mental vigilance blend into a soft, repetitive cadence. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And despite the strain, despite the monotony, despite the underlying anxiety of deadlines and potential defects, there is a quiet, almost hypnotic satisfaction in the synchronization of human effort with machine rhythm. The way the mind occupies itself in patterns, the way the body adapts to continuous motion, the subtle interplay of sensation, observation, and anticipation, creating a meditative immersion in work that carries the day forward, until the end of the shift approaches and the gentle sense of relief, the easing of muscular tension, the quieting of the mind, and the soft dimming of mechanical activity coalesce into a slow exhalation of the day's labor. The drill hums fading, the rivet strikes diminishing, the metallic scent lingering faintly as a memory of exertion. And in this long, continuous pattern of physical endurance and mental vigilance, one finds the subtle heroism of ordinary labor, the endurance of both body and mind, quietly sustaining a vital contribution. Each movement, each observation, each measured breath, a small but indispensable thread in the vast fabric of wartime production. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. A continuous pulse that carries through the body, through the mind, through the hours, a rhythm that will continue tomorrow and the day after, in factories across the nation, where ordinary workers bear the unseen weight of effort, focus, and perseverance. A quiet symphony of endurance measured in aches, in blisters, in vigilance, and in the steady, meditative cadence of the rivet, the drill, and the metallic scent that remains. As the machines continue their steady hum and rivets strike in measured cadence across the factory floor, your attention begins to expand beyond the repetitive motions of your own hands to the subtle, almost imperceptible patterns of human interaction that quietly stitch the day together. The low murmur of whispered conversation weaving a soft thread through the mechanical pulse. Delicate exchanges shared just beyond the reach of supervisors' ears. Words careful yet playful. Snippets of humor trading between colleagues to lighten the weight of monotony. And these small interactions, though fleeting, carry with them a warmth that contrasts the cold metal and oil-scented air. A quiet acknowledgement that each individual is not alone in the enduring rhythm of labor. While nearby, a coworker passes a tiny scrap of chocolate tucked into a sleeve, offering a gesture of kindness and camaraderie without the need for words. And you imagine the smile that must cross her face as she receives it in turn, the brief relief in her eyes, a shared secret in the midst of repetitive work, while your hands continue their movements, aligning panels, tightening screws, or inserting rivets, in perfect unison with the machinery, yet your mind, attuned to these subtle human connections, begins to notice the delicate tapestry of relationships forming in whispered laughter, the careful nudges when someone struggles to reach a tool, the quiet acknowledgement of effort when a colleague adjusts a misaligned part without comment, and in moments when the line pauses, whether for a mid-morning check or a fleeting lull in output. Letters from home are exchanged discreetly folded in creased pages, carrying news, encouragement, or reminders of familiar faces. Beyond the factory walls, the soft scratch of pencil on paper blending with the background clatter, the metallic scent lingering in contrast to the faint, comforting aroma of ink and paper. And in these letters, stories emerge. A mother describing the growth of her children, a sibling noting the harvest of vegetables in a backyard garden, a friend recounting a quiet day in town, all of which seem impossibly distant, yet profoundly grounding. And sometimes small notes are tucked into pockets or between tools, a drawing of a smiley face, a word of encouragement, a reminder to rest hands when possible. Each a tiny act of rebellion against the monotony and harshness of the day. And as the shift continues, teamwork emerges organically. Each worker attuned to the motions of the others, hands moving in synchrony when passing parts or tools, eyes flicking subtly to anticipate the needs of a neighbor, backs bending in complementary arcs to avoid collision. Voices soft and precise when communicating corrections or requests. The shared rhythm of effort creating a quiet, almost meditative unity. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in these moments of cooperation, empathy is found in small gestures. A hand offered to steady a wobbly component. A gentle adjustment to protect a colleague's fingers from a sharp edge. A brief pat on the shoulder to acknowledge completion of a difficult assembly. All conveyed without fanfare, yet resonating deeply. A quiet testament to the unspoken understanding that each individual's labor is intertwined with the next. And as you watch, your imagination fills in tiny narratives. The young woman beside you, who dreams of finishing her degree once the war ends, recalling the letters from her brother stationed overseas. The older man repairing machinery for the first time in months, sharing quiet stories of his days in previous factories before the conflict reshaped his life. The team of women laughing softly over a shared inside joke, their mirth contained yet infectious, echoing faintly across the floor. And in this layered social landscape, the rhythm of work and the rhythm of connection intertwine, your senses absorbing the tactile brush of passing hands, the subtle warmth of shared tools, the faint, murmur of quiet voices, the soft scent of sweat and oil mingling with the metallic tang of the machinery, all forming a complex, immersive awareness that is both calming and grounding. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And even brief pauses, moments when the foreman steps away or a whistle signals a temporary break, become opportunities for small acts of storytelling. Imagining the lives of coworkers outside these walls, the family dinners, the walks in parks, the quiet reading of letters at night, the shared anticipation of rationed treats, the whispered planning of post-war hopes, and these mental exercises, combined with the tangible, small acts of camaraderie on the floor, provide a subtle relief to the constant repetition, a layering of narrative depth over the mechanical rhythm, allowing the mind to drift gently while still connected to the present moment, while simultaneously absorbing the details of subtle human expressions, eyes that crinkle when smiling beneath the safety goggles, hands that flex with relief or tension, postures that shift with fatigue or attentiveness, lips murmuring greetings or observations, all almost imperceptible, yet forming a quiet chorus of social life amidst the hum of machines, the scratch of rivets, the metallic scent. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And over time, this blend of shared effort, whispered humor, small acts of kindness, and imagined stories forms a gentle rhythm that softens the monotony of labor. The body and mind settling into a meditative awareness, the physical exertion paired with subtle emotional nourishment, and as the day stretches on, the layers of social interaction continue to weave into the experience, a continuous thread of connection, resilience, and quiet human warmth that carries you forward from one rivet to the next, one polished surface to the next, one letter or note to the next, all while the machines maintain their steady pulse, the drills, rivets, and hums forming a constant sonic backdrop to these gentle, imperceptible moments of empathy, teamwork, and shared existence. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and in this continuous immersion, the factory floor, once only a space of repetitive labor, becomes a living, breathing ecosystem of quiet human connection, small stories, and subtle gestures, a network of support and understanding that threads through the monotony, fatigue, and sensory immersion, a tapestry of ordinary heroism, patience, and empathy, slowly carrying you and all who move within it through the day and toward the gentle transition of evening, when the rhythm will soften and the hum of machines will fade, leaving only the memory of shared effort and whispered camaraderie to linger, comforting, grounding, and meditative. As the seasons shift outside the thick factory walls, the environment inside the sprawling industrial spaces transforms subtly yet profoundly, shaping each day's labor in ways both immediate and lingering. And in winter, the cold seeps through gaps in brick and metal drafts, sneaking under doors, around window frames, and through cracks in the roof, carrying with it a sharpness that bites at exposed skin, the chill settling into fingertips stiffened by hours of rivet guns, assembly tasks, and delicate inspections. And as you adjust gloves, pulling them snug to protect hands from metal and machinery, you feel the bite of cold in your knuckles, the subtle stiffness of joints exacerbated by the lingering chill, and your breath, rising in gentle clouds, adds a soft, fleeting warmth to the air around your face. While the factory's minimal heating, occasional steam pipes or small stoves tucked into corners radiates unevenly, creating zones of relative comfort amid stretches of frosty concrete floors and steel beams that absorb and reflect the winter-esque bite, the metallic scent of oil rivets and polished surfaces, mingling with the sharper scent of cold air, carrying a faint tank of dampness from condensation and wet clothing, and your body, moving through this space, becomes acutely aware of the temperature variations, toes pressing against cold, hard floors, shoulders huddled to preserve warmth, the subtle tremor in muscles resisting the chill, the quiet layering of fatigue heightened by environmental stress, while your mind adjusts to the slower rhythm imposed by these conditions. Each motion deliberate to maintain precision and avoid mistakes. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and in contrast, summer transforms the same spaces into an entirely different challenge, with stagnant, heavy air pressing down, thick with heat trapped by metal roofs and densely packed machinery. And as sunlight filters through high windows, sometimes dimmed by dust or grime, it warms surfaces to the touch, the rivets, panels, and tools radiating heat back into your palms and arms, adding a subtle, persistent weight to your movements, the air thick, slow-moving, carrying faint smells of sweat, oil, and warmed metal, the slight haze of dust particles suspended in sunlight, creating soft, visible currents that drift lazily with every motion, and your body responds with gentle perspiration, skin dampening under work clothes, the slight stickiness of fabric against skin, the occasional swab of a cloth across brow or nape providing temporary relief, and even the simplest gestures, reaching for a tool, turning a panel, aligning a rivet, require subtle adjustments to accommodate heat-induced stiffness or fatigue, while the machinery itself seems to absorb and radiate the warmth, its vibrations carrying not only motion but a slow, resonant heat that brushes against the skin and seeps into muscles. And through it all, your senses register every nuance, the shimmer of light reflecting off polished metal, the scent of warm oil mingling with the metallic temps of rivets, the soft, rhythmic pulse of humming drills and striking rivets, blending with the almost imperceptible sighs of air moving through ventilation grates or cracks. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and humidity adds another layer, coating surfaces in a subtle sheen, settling on skin and clothing, mingling with warmth to create a slow, pervasive awareness of environment that shapes every motion, every breath, every tactile engagement with tools and components, and even subtle, seasonal contrasts, like morning fog rolling into winter air or sudden summer breezes barely penetrating the workshop halter perceptions, providing fleeting relief or amplifying discomfort, while light itself shifts across hours and seasons. Winter days dim and short, shadows stretching long and cold across benches and machinery, flickering of artificial light cutting through gloom, eyes adjusting to low visibility, pupils widening, focus sharpening yet subtly burdened. Summer days bright, glare bouncing off polished surfaces, reflections dancing along steel edges, eyes squinting slightly, the mind adjusting to shifting visual stimuli while maintaining meticulous attention. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and in these environmental layers, the factory is transformed daily, a living space whose personality ebbs and flows with heat, cold, light, and air movement, all influencing physical endurance, hand precision, posture, and mental alertness, while simultaneously shaping subtle social behaviors. Workers, huddling together near heaters in winter, shifting positions to share cooler patches in summer, exchanging whispered remarks about relief from drafts or slight escapes from warmth. Moments of shared awareness, blending human connection with environmental adaptation. The metallic scent mingling differently with cold or warm air, changing subtly, layering olfactory memory upon sensory experience. And your awareness of time itself stretches under these influences, the monotony of repeated motion punctuated by sensation, the hum of machines and strike of rivets echoing differently across seasons, a meditation of endurance tuned to temperature, humidity, light, and air. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And in this continuous flow, the body's adaptation and the mind's focus entwine, each subtle shiver or bead of sweat, each adjustment of clothing or posture, each inhalation of cold or warm air, forming a rhythm that is both tactile and temporal, a slow dance with environmental conditions that is never conscious yet ever present, a gentle layering of awareness that carries the worker from one task to the next, from one rivet to another, from inspection to polishing, from alignment to tightening. While outside, seasons shift, yet inside, the factory remains a constant, its heartbeat measured by drills, rivets, and the metallic scent, all modulated by the subtle influence of heat, cold, humidity, light, and airflow, creating an immersive sensory landscape that is both challenging and rhythmically hypnotic. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and as the shift draws on, your body, mind, and senses have become intimately acquainted with this layered environment, navigating cold winters and stifling summers with practiced awareness, adjusting to drafts, stagnant air, sunlight, and shadow, noting subtle changes in humidity, scent, and temperature. The repetition of tasks folding seamlessly into the sensory tapestry of the factory, forming a continuous, immersive meditation on endurance, adaptation, and quiet observation, where each strike, each hum, each metallic scent remains a gentle reminder of human effort intertwined with environmental rhythm, shaping a long, calm passage through hours of labor. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this slow, layered awareness, the worker moves with the subtle ebb and flow of the factory itself, guided by the interplay of seasons, environment, and task, a continuous, meditative rhythm that carries seamlessly into the next day and the next, the metallic scent lingering as a soft, constant companion to the hum of industry, the strike of rivets, the awareness of body and mind attuned to temperature, light, humidity, and air, forming a gentle, sleep-friendly immersion in the lived experience of wartime factory labor, quiet, enduring, and continuous. You move forward, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, a low, steady resonance that flows beneath the rhythm of your own movements. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this cadence, your body becomes acutely aware of the constant repetition, the gentle unfolding of a day defined by measured, deliberate action, the feet pressing against cold or warm floors, depending on the season, the slight stiffness in joints responding to hours of bending, lifting, and reaching, while the hands, carrying the weight of tools and materials, trace familiar paths, aligning panels, inspecting components, securing rivets, adjusting screws, all in a synchronized rhythm that merges with the ambient pulse of the factory. And as your senses attune, you notice subtle variations, the faint whistle of air through cracks, the distant echo of footsteps along a metal walkway, the soft clinking of tools as a coworker sets them down beside you, the murmur of a whispered comment drifting across the line, a tiny smile exchanged in acknowledgement, and you move forward, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, their vibration resonating through the palms, through the forearms, through the spine, a gentle counterpoint to the low-level ache in muscles and joints. And in this interplay, the mind settles into quiet awareness, noting the monotony yet finding subtle variation in texture, sound, scent, and the ebb and flow of human presence. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. The repetitive tasks, once daunting, fold into a rhythm, a layered cadence of movement, effort, and perception. And you become conscious of the faint, almost musical qualities of the environment, the metallic clang echoing softly across distant walls, the faint whisper of clothing as bodies adjust posture, the soft, intermittent scratching of a pencil on folded letter paper passed discreetly from hand to hand. Each small sound, a note in a symphony of labor, endurance, and quiet human connection. And you move forward, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you while your eyes track the slight shimmer of sunlight through dusty windows, the shadows cast along benches, the subtle flicker of artificial lights overhead, all blending into a visual rhythm that mirrors the auditory cadence. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and your awareness extends to the air itself, whether crisp and cool with winter drafts, heavy and stagnant under summer heat, or lightly humid, clinging to skin and clothing, each inhalation carrying the metallic temps, the faint trace of oil, the soft reminder of sweat and dust, while your muscles adjust minutely to these conditions, shifting weight, flexing fingers, rolling shoulders, aligning back, adapting silently and continuously, the repetition becoming a gentle meditation, an unbroken loop of motion, sensation, and attention. And you move forward, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, sensing the subtle coordination of your coworkers, the quiet mirroring of movements, the unspoken support in shared tasks, a gentle social rhythm woven into the mechanical one. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and you notice the small, almost invisible gestures that punctuate the day. A shared nod, a brief smile, a discreet adjustment to protect a colleague's hand, a tiny scrap of chocolate or note exchanged with a whisper, all blending into the slow, continuous pulse of the floor. Step by step, the hands follow the pattern. The machines hum with you, echoing the layered rhythm of sweat, strain, fatigue, focus, and subtle relief. The repetitive sounds and motions offering a gentle, hypnotic cadence that encourages the mind to drift softly while maintaining presence, while the senses record and layer, experience, eyes adjusting to dim lights, hands familiar with weight and texture of tools, nose aware of metallic temps and warmth or chill in the air. ears attuned to drill, rivet, and whispered camaraderie, each sense contributing to a tapestry of meditative awareness, and you move forward, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, internalizing the repetition into a comforting, steady beat that guides breath, attention, and posture. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this continuous layering, the seasonal challenges, cold winter drafts, unheated spaces, the stifling summer warmth, stagnant, humid air blend with social and physical experience, a subtle awareness of environment shaping posture, grip, and effort, while the mind, guided by gentle repetition, drifts to imagined stories of coworkers, letters from home, small victories, shared jokes, and quiet empathy. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And as hours accumulate, the body's ache, the mind's concentration, the environmental stimuli, and the social microcosm fuse into a slow, meditative immersion. Each rivet, each strike, each inhalation of metallic air reinforcing a rhythm that carries through the day, folding monotony into gentle awareness, fatigue into calm attention, repetition into a soft, hypnotic pulse, and you move forward. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, noticing as the shadows shift across benches and machinery, as light flickers and glints off polished surfaces, as faint dust motes drift through sunbeams, as co-workers' movements and whispered laughter continue. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And each repetition, each sensory detail, each subtle social gesture layers into a continuous, immersive cadence, carrying the worker, mind and body, forward through fatigue, through monotony, through seasons, through hours, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you until the rhythm itself becomes a soft, meditative lull. The drills pulse, the rivets strike, the metallic scent, the tactile and auditory and visual layering blending into a gentle, sleep-friendly immersion in the life of the factory floor, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this steady, unbroken cadence, Segment 1 reaches its gentle conclusion, fully immersing you in the physical, psychological, social, and environmental experience of World War II factory labor. A continuous meditation on endurance, rhythm, and human presence that naturally flows into the next chapter of history's quiet, immersive story. As you continue to move through the steady rhythm of the factory, step by step, your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Your awareness begins to widen beyond the immediate tactile and social environment, stretching to encompass the broader, measured landscape of wartime production that surrounds you, the quiet enormity of effort, the orchestration of machines, labor, and logistics that sustains the distant front lines. And in doing so, you notice subtle historical details that add a layer of context to each movement, each rivet, each polished surface, while the hum of drills and the steady repetition of rivets continue to provide a meditative cadence, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The knowledge that over 2,000 factories across the country are engaged in similar tasks fills your mind, each factory dedicated to producing the essential components of a global conflict. Planes with wings meticulously aligned, rivets securing fuselages of B-17s and B-24s. Tanks like the Sherman, assembled with precision by hands, much like yours, engines and transmissions calibrated, rivets striking metal with careful rhythm, each motion contributing to the vast machinery of war. And yet, within this immense network, the human element is vividly present. Women, many of them, stepping into roles previously occupied almost exclusively by men, now threading rivets, operating presses, and inspecting mechanical components with focus and dedication, their presence quietly reshaping the social fabric of the workforce. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and you observe the diversity of this collective effort, as men returning from injury or temporarily exempted from combat join alongside women from varied backgrounds, ethnicities, and regions, their uniforms differing slightly, their voices carrying accents from small towns and sprawling cities, all melding into a soft, continuous human chorus that mirrors the mechanical rhythm of the production line, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, while subtle societal changes ripple through the factory. Women gaining skills previously denied to them, small adjustments in hierarchy and responsibility, camaraderie forming across age, gender, and experience, all occurring quietly, almost imperceptibly, yet altering the texture of daily life. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And production quotas loom gently in the background of awareness. A constant, steady pressure translated into careful pacing rather than anxiety, as each worker aligns with expectations set by foremen, engineers, and government directives. Perhaps 25 airplanes a week, hundreds of Sherman tanks per month, or thousands of munitions assembled with care. Each component subjected to inspection, each movement deliberate to avoid defects, while the factory floor remains a microcosm of the larger war effort, its quiet monotony imbued with purpose, though that purpose is measured and calm in this narrative, not dramatic or urgent, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, and as you move, the historical texture deepens, rationing subtly, influencing what can be eaten during brief breaks, transportation schedules affecting arrival and departure, small-town neighbors joining urban workers as migration patterns shift to accommodate wartime labor needs. Young women who once worked in offices or domestic settings, now learning complex machinery, the hum of drills punctuating their first tentative strikes, skill growing slowly with repetition. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, and the industrial landscape itself reflects history. Vast assembly halls, high ceilings, conveyor belts stretching endlessly, overhead cranes lifting fuselages, the steady rhythm of presses, lathes, and riveters, echoing the heartbeat of a nation at work, while outside, the world continues with air raid precautions, blackout measures, and the quiet presence of propaganda posters, reminding of shared purpose, all contributing to an ambient historical setting that informs every motion, every glance, every shared smile, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, the sensory details layering with context, the metallic scent mingling with coal, smoke, and oil, the hum of machinery blending with distant bells, and the soft murmur of workers communicating, the visual geometry of tools, panels, and rivets arranged in disciplined rows, and through it all you notice the quiet rhythm of adaptation, as men and women acclimate to the physical and mental demands, learning to balance fatigue with efficiency, attention with monotony, and each rivet strikes in measured cadence, the drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, while simultaneously you absorb subtle historical nuances, how the B-2 for Liberator's fuselage required precise alignment of hundreds of components, how Sherman tanks demanded careful inspection of tracks and armor plates, how engineers drafted blueprints that guided the hands now moving in synchronization with machines and expectations, each small act embedded in a grand design that remains imperceptible yet ever present in the hum of the factory. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, and the demographic shift resonates quietly. Teenagers contributing alongside seasoned machinists, immigrants and longtime residents working shoulder to shoulder, women mastering skills in riveting, welding, and inspection. Minor promotions or responsibilities given to those who show aptitude, small gestures of recognition, passing from foreman to worker in word or nod, all shaping the social and historical texture of the day. While sensory cues remain constant, grounding and calming, the drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And even in these calm historical observations, you notice the subtle interplay of past and present, imagining the vast numbers of similar factories across Detroit, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, and countless smaller towns, each humming its own pattern, each rivet contributing to an unseen, monumental output. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, the repetition forming a gentle meditation on effort, history, and human resilience. While demographic and societal shifts continue quietly shaping the fabric of the workforce, small victories of empowerment and adaptation unfolding amidst mechanical monotony, and the environment itself, cold in winter, sweltering in summer, filled with metallic scent, oil, dust, and occasional steam, reinforces the rhythm of labor and awareness of historical context. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And as the shift progresses, you carry these observations gently in mind, the scale of production, the diversity of hands at work, the quiet revolution in gender roles, the subtle social interactions, the methodical adherence to quotas, and the ambient pressures of war woven seamlessly into the sensory, repetitive, and meditative experience of the factory floor. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, a continuous thread connecting labor, environment, society, and history into a single immersive awareness. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again, until finally the segment reaches its contemplative closure, fully establishing a layered, calming, historically informed immersion that flows naturally toward the next chapter, the biography of Rosie the Riveter and her real-life counterparts, whose stories will carry forward the rhythm of labor into the personal narrative of courage, resilience, and quiet heroism. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, The machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And the story gently transitions, carrying the listener from the broad historical landscape into the intimate human experiences that await in segment 2. You step quietly through the factory gates, the early morning light spilling softly through dusty windows, the hum of distant machines already reaching your ears, a gentle, constant vibration that seems to settle into your chest and hands. And as you adjust your gloves and apron, you feel the familiar weight and texture of the fabric, the slight stiffness of metal clasps, the subtle chill or warmth brushing your skin depending on the season, winter drafts moving along the high ceilings, summer air clinging to surfaces, and you inhale slowly, noticing the faint scent of oil, warm metal, and lingering dust. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And as you move toward your assigned station, each step echoes lightly across the worn concrete floor. A rhythm that blends with the soft squeak of conveyors, the distant shuffle of boots, the murmur of whispered greetings between coworkers. And you arrive at your bench, aligning tools meticulously, checking rivets and panels, your hands brushing over smooth and rough surfaces alike, tracing the contours of aluminum sheets and steel frameworks, each gesture deliberate, measured, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The morning assembly begins with a slow, methodical coordination of tasks, supervisors calling out instructions, foremen checking alignments, the subtle hiss of pneumatic riveters, and the gentle clank of tools meeting metal. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And as the first hours pass, you notice the nuances of movement, the slight bend of your knees as you lean over a wing panel, the careful adjustment of gloves to avoid blisters, the way your fingers wrap around a rivet gun, the pressure required to seat each fastener precisely, your breath steady and rhythmic, your eyes following repeated patterns of holes and panels. Each rivet a small, measured accomplishment, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. And soon the first brief pause arrives, a soft interval for water, a shared nod with a neighbor, a small conversation in low tones, perhaps about a note from home or the taste of a simple breakfast. The metallic scent lingering alongside faint warmth of pressed steel, and the hum of machines continuing without pause. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes. Then the mid-morning surge begins, production quotas pressing softly on awareness, not as anxiety, but as a gentle guiding rhythm. The repetitive motion of riveting, inspecting, adjusting, panels polishing metal, tightening bolts with careful pressure, your eyes tracing seams and edges, fingers feeling for small imperfections, subtle squeaks and vibrations from worn tools blending into the collective soundscape, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you, and you notice how small gestures punctuate the monotony. A sleeve brushed of dust, sweat wiped from a brow, gloves readjusted, posture corrected, leaning slightly to apply precise pressure, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. As the morning continues, the subtle variations in sound and texture create a meditative focus. The hollow echo of a hammer strike against a thin panel, the soft clink of metal sliding on metal, the faint whir of a lathe in the distance, the smell of oil deepening with the heat of machinery, the warmth of pressed metal against your skin, the chill of exposed concrete beneath your shoes, the gentle vibration of rivet guns held firmly in gloved hands. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And when lunch arrives, a quiet interlude unfolds. Bread and cheese unwrapped slowly. Sandwiches shared in soft conversation. Letters from home read with measured pauses. The smell of warm metal and oil ever present. The hum of ongoing production, forming a gentle, constant backdrop. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. After lunch, the afternoon tasks stretch into slow, methodical repetition. Rivets struck in alignment, panels polished, inspections repeated, adjustments made, fingers tracing edges, palms pressing rivets, wrists turning carefully, tools weighted and lifted in familiar arcs, eyes scanning for defects, each motion precise and rhythmic. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And subtle fatigue sets in, a mild ache in wrists, slight stiffness in shoulders, a trace of dust in eyes or throat, lungs taking in faint particulates, yet the rhythm persists. Your mind settling into the gentle flow of repetition. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Throughout this period, minor interactions continue. Whispered advice to a neighbor, a soft laugh at an unnoticed mistake, small encouragements for efficiency or accuracy, brief notes passed or observed gestures that remind of shared humanity amidst mechanical monotony. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. As the day winds toward completion, small rituals mark the passage of time. Gloves set aside briefly, tools returned to their designated positions, panels inspected one last time. Slight bow of the head in quiet acknowledgement of completion, each movement deliberate, slow, reinforcing skill and mindfulness. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And when the shift ends, a final series of gestures unfolds, wiping down workspaces, brushing off dust carefully, returning small tools, gathering personal items, the faint smell of oil and metal, lingering on hands and clothing, the soft echo of footsteps as coworkers depart. Machines winding down or continuing in automated rhythm. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And in these final moments, the cumulative rhythm of the datha repetition, the minor victories, the micro-interactions, the careful observation of metal, the calibration of skill, the sensory immersion of smell, touch, sight, and sound, forms a gentle meditation, a continuous thread connecting effort, attention, and awareness. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Until finally, leaving the factory, the day dissolves softly into evening. The memory of the tactile, rhythmic, and sensory details lingering. The mind carrying the quiet satisfaction of labor performed with diligence, skill, and patience, a measured immersion in the mundane and the historic, ready to flow seamlessly into the next chapter of the narrative, where personal heroism, resilience, and individual stories of courage, Rosie the Riveter and her real-life counterparts will continue to unfold step by step. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. A continuous, meditative bridge to the biography segment that deepens the listener's connection to the human experience within this historical setting. Before the morning hum of the factory reached her ears, before the metallic scent of oil and iron settled into her senses, she lived a life that was quiet, familiar, and ordinary in its own way, waking to the soft light filtering through curtains in a small home shared with parents and siblings, perhaps a single room or a modest apartment in a city, slowly swelling under wartime demands, where mornings began with simple rituals of breakfast, helping with household chores, and attending school or small community gatherings. The rhythm of her early life, gentle, measured, predictable, and yet full of the subtle sensory textures that would later inform her awareness in the factory. The feel of worn wooden floors beneath bare feet, the faint scent of baking bread or coal smoke rising through chimneys, the echo of siblings' laughter or quiet conversations with neighbors. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as she moved through these early routines, there were small markers of responsibility, helping a parent with laundry, tidying shared spaces, fetching supplies, learning the delicate balance of attention and care, the tactile engagement of washing cloth, folding garments, or scrubbing dishes, providing a quiet apprenticeship in patience, the gentle awareness of effort and consequence, the subtle development of coordination, rhythm, and mindfulness. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Schooling brought its own pattern, a slower rhythm of observation and learning the sound of chalk. Against slate, the soft murmur of classmates, the scent of books, ink, and polished wood, forming a gentle backdrop to her growing awareness of the wider world, each lesson absorbed in careful attention. The early habits of memorization, repetition, and quiet reflection, laying the groundwork for the meticulous precision she would later bring to mechanical assembly. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Work experiences prior to the factory, perhaps as a clerk, a waitress, or assisting in small family businesses, added subtle layers of skill and awareness, teaching her the rhythm of hands in motion, the importance of punctuality, the gentle art of observing systems and patterns, the quiet endurance required to sustain effort over hours, the calm acceptance of small frustrations, the small victories in doing a task well, all forming a mental preparation for the more demanding, repetitive work of industrial labor. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. When the opportunity arose to join the industrial workforce, she approached it with a mixture of anticipation and tentative doubt, stepping from the familiar streets and rooms of childhood into a vast, humming, metallic world that demanded both physical and mental adaptation. And as she moved toward the factory, the tactile sensations of new clothing, the firm weight of gloves, the protective apron or cap, and the echo of unfamiliar footsteps over concrete and metal became both challenge and anchor. Each sensation teaching attentiveness, each gesture guiding the learning of complex machinery. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Her mind adjusted in subtle increments, at first hesitating over rivet placement, pausing to measure or align, feeling the slight tremor of uncertainty in hands and shoulders. then gradually internalizing the rhythm of machines and tools, learning to anticipate their resistance, the recoil of a rivet gun, the alignment of panels, the correct pressure for bolts and fasteners. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Confidence built slowly, almost imperceptibly, as fingers gained memory of each task. Wrists moved in repeated arcs without conscious thought. Eyes scanned panels and parts with increasing assurance. The tactile knowledge of metal, rivets, and machinery forming a quiet, dependable companion. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Social and psychological adjustments were equally subtle. Learning to navigate hierarchies of supervisors and coworkers, gauging the appropriate tone for brief interactions, observing safety routines, integrating small suggestions and corrections without doubt, gradually forming a sense of competence and belonging within a large, impersonal system. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The monotony of repetitive tasks became a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm that reinforced calm focus. Each rivet struck, each panel aligned, each inspection performed with quiet attention, contributing to growing mastery. The hum of machines and soft echo of tools reinforcing her internal sense of order, her mind learning to flow with the mechanical pulse rather than resist it. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And within these early days, moments of reflection allowed her to observe subtle transformations, the rise of personal skill, the emergence of a measured confidence, the quiet enjoyment of solving practical problems with precision, the gentle satisfaction of competence acquired through repetition, the hum of machinery as both teacher and companion. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Letters from home, when received, anchored her sense of identity amidst new roles. The simple words of encouragement, small news from family or friends, reminders of familiar routines outside the factory walls, all combining to provide gentle emotional support. While she integrated the physical and psychological demands of industrial labor into a coherent, sleep-friendly rhythm, step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. In quiet moments, she reflected on how her childhood habits, careful observation, gentle coordination, attention to detail, patience in completing small tasks, transformed into the precise, methodical actions now required on the factory floor. Each rivet struck, each inspection performed, each adjustment made a continuation of skills learned long before. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as the day's tasks continued, she noticed the gentle expansion of her own capabilities, learning to anticipate machine behavior, adjusting movements to improve efficiency, recognizing the subtle differences between parts and tools, the tactile feedback of metals under her fingers, the faint resistance of new materials, the weight of heavier components, and integrating all this information with a calm awareness that allowed her mind to remain steady and focused. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Subtle social navigation complemented technical skill, learning to share tools efficiently, whisper small advice, offer quiet assistance, nod to a neighbor, exchange a brief smile or word of encouragement, all reinforcing a sense of community and belonging while preserving the hypnotic, rhythmic immersion of work, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. And through all of this, her mind internalized a slow, meditative understanding of industrial labor, recognizing patterns, harmonizing with machinery, anticipating needs, adjusting movements, calibrating pressure and timing, observing and learning from experienced coworkers, gradually transforming uncertainty into confidence, hesitation into rhythm, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. And in this quiet, immersive awareness, she became not just a participant in wartime production, but a living embodiment of skill, patience, resilience, and adaptation. Her pre-factory life forming the gentle foundation upon which her factory self was built. Ready to meet each day with calm, measured attention, her hands moving in tandem with the mechanical pulse, her mind aligned with the rhythm of labor, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this continuum, the listener is fully enveloped in her journey from childhood through early life experience into confident, meditative mastery of industrial work, poised to continue seamlessly into the detailed daily routine, specific tasks, and hand-tool interactions of her factory life. Amidst the steady rhythm of rivets striking and machines humming, there existed small, gentle interludes of human connection. Moments of intimacy conveyed through paper and ink, letters folded carefully in gloved hands, notes tucked into pockets, brief messages exchanged during lunch breaks. And each piece of correspondence carried with it the soft echo of life beyond the factory walls. You imagine unfolding a letter from home. The faint crinkle of paper greeting your fingers, the subtle scent of ink mingling with the metallic temps in the air, the words themselves, a gentle cadence of ordinary news. A neighbor's cat venturing onto the windowsill, a distant relative recovering slowly from an ailment, the texture of bread crusts baked fresh in the morning. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as you read each line, your eyes trace familiar handwriting, loops and curves shaped with care. The gentle cadence of punctuation guiding your mind into calm reflection. The descriptions of weather, sunlight spilling across the garden, a light rain pattering on rooftops, snow quietly settling in streets, blending with the internal rhythm of work, creating a seamless connection between the distant world and the mechanical pulse at your fingertips. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. A coworker passes a brief note, tucked discreetly under a panel or inside a tool drawer, the paper soft against gloved fingers. And in those few lines, a small story emerges, a shared joke about misaligned rivets, a reminder of a sister's birthday, a quiet observation of someone's diligent work ethic, a soft encouragement to keep pace. Each message, a whisper of human presence. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. You imagine the careful act of writing in a brief, spare moment, folding the paper meticulously, making sure the crease is straight, perhaps adding a tiny drawing, a little heart, a flourish of cursive to make the day feel lighter. The ink drying slowly as you glance around the workshop, the distant hiss of machinery providing a soft accompaniment. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Letters accumulate in small bundles, tied with string, each carrying a subtle weight of connection, the gentle knowledge that someone, somewhere, will receive these words and share in the quiet experience of routine and endurance, the rhythm of communication, layering with the rhythm of labor, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. Diary entries, written at lunch breaks or in the dim light of evening, offered a slower, reflective cadence, detailing the minutiae of the day, which tools were particularly resistant, which panels required extra attention, how a coworker smiled briefly while passing by, how the smell of heated metal was sharper in the afternoon sun, the slight chill creeping through cracks in windows, the steady, comforting vibration of machinery underfoot. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. In these private reflections, thoughts meander gently from work to home, from metal to memories, from rivets to relationships, forming a calm mental landscape, a quiet internal rhythm that mirrored the external one. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Sometimes notes were passed in whispered collaboration. Tips for rivet alignment, subtle gestures of guidance, reminders about upcoming shifts or small community gatherings. The soft scratch of pencil on paper blending seamlessly with the steady metallic hum of work. Each gesture reinforcing connection without interrupting the hypnotic cadence of labor. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Imagined small stories of coworkers emerged through these communications. A sister sending a note about a new recipe. A friend describing a song hummed while walking to the plant. A neighbor observing the change in weather or the arrival of a new child. All details, mundane yet grounding, creating a rich sensory landscape that filled mental space gently step by step. Your hands follow the pattern step by step. The machines hum with you. The folding of each note became a ritual in itself. Corners aligned, edges pressed flat, the paper resting snugly against fingers. The act slow and deliberate, reinforcing the gentle meditation of movement. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again through repeated reading and exchanging. Letters and notes created a quiet feedback loop of presence and empathy. Small gestures of shared life reinforcing community amidst monotony. And the content of these correspondences often mirrored the sensory rhythms of the factory itself. References to heat or cold, mention of sounds like birds or distant bells, observations of touch and texture, the cadence of words echoing the cadence of rivets and drills. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. In some imagined notes, small acts of rebellion or humor were hinted at softly. A playful sketch hidden between lines. A mischievous pun about an inspector. A gentle critique of work routines. All conveyed without sharpness, maintaining calm, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as the day progressed, the interplay between physical work and written communication formed a dual rhythm. The tactile repetition of rivets, panels and tools, and the quiet intellectual and emotional rhythm of letters, notes, and diary entries weaving together. The sensory, mental, and social dimensions of factory life. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes. Each note carefully read, each letter gently folded, each diary entry written and reflected upon, layered subtly with the hum of machinery, created a continuous thread of human presence, continuity, and quiet observation, reinforcing the hypnotic, sleep-friendly cadence of the narrative, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. By the end of a shift, the accumulation of messages, both received and sent, offered a gentle summary of the day's lived experience, the physical labor intertwined with social connection, the mundane details transformed into meditative reflection, the soft echoes of human interaction reverberating alongside the metallic hum. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And in this way, the calm, measured world of letters, notes, and communication became an intrinsic part of the rhythm of factory life, a bridge between individual perception and collective experience, a quiet, hypnotic, and sleep-friendly accompaniment to the steady, methodical pulse of industrial labor ready to guide the listener gently toward the next immersive layer of daily work tasks and hand tool mastery. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Amidst the steady rhythm of rivets striking, the low hum of drills, and the metallic scent that lingered in the air, there existed a subtle, quiet network of human connection, a tapestry of interactions woven delicately into the fabric of factory life. And you imagine yourself moving through this space, noticing how whispered advice flits from one worker to another, soft murmurs of guidance about rivet alignment, small tips about managing the repetitive strain on fingers and wrists, the gentle pressure of a hand on a shoulder, offering reassurance or encouragement. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Laughter, soft and carefully restrained, punctuates the monotony. The shared recognition of minor mishaps, a misaligned rivet, a dropped bolt, a momentary hesitation in handling a panel, transforming potential frustration into tiny moments of relief and camaraderie. The sound of chuckles, barely audible above the mechanical pulse, blending seamlessly into the rhythm of work. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. Cooperation manifests in small, almost imperceptible gestures, passing tools without comment, adjusting a nearby panel for a coworker, holding a piece steady while another fastens it, shared glances, acknowledging effort and fatigue, a nod of approval or understanding that requires no words. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And within this subtle choreography, mentorship unfolds quietly. Senior workers guiding newcomers with patience, demonstrating a technique one rivet at a time, showing how to sense the resistance of metal, how to align panels just so, how to anticipate the rhythm of pneumatic tools, the tactile gestures forming a soft, meditative language of skill and care. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Friendships develop in gentle increments, a shared lunch break where two women swap sandwiches, a brief discussion of home chores, a softly exchanged joke about the morning's frost on the windows. These moments creating a calm undercurrent of human warmth amidst the mechanical pulse. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Subtle tensions exist too, though never dramatized. Simply the quiet awareness that each person moves at their own pace, that mistakes or delays require adjustment, that shared space and finite tools necessitate negotiation and compromise. Yet these tensions resolve naturally through a soft nod, a whispered "after you," a careful repositioning of materials, the gentle negotiation forming part of the meditative rhythm rather than breaking it. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. You observe micro-narratives emerging. Maria, learning to align rivets precisely, her hands slightly unsteady at first, gradually gaining the memory of motion. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Thomas, adjusting to the weight of metal panels, his shoulders aching, breathing steady, fingers remembering the correct arc for each rivet. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Helen, quietly teaching a neighbor the small trick of holding a panel flush against the jig while tightening. A soft smile exchanged, the tactile lesson absorbed without words. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as these arcs of learning and adaptation intertwine, a rich social fabric emerges. Small gestures of patience, recognition, subtle humor, empathy, the acknowledgement of fatigue and accomplishment, all layered gently atop the constant hum of industry. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Each whispered exchange, shared glance, and minor act of cooperation reinforces a sense of community and belonging. Quiet companionship amidst monotony, the rhythm of rivets and drills harmonizing with the rhythm of human connection. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. In these moments, fatigue is noticed but softened, acknowledged through shared glances or small assistance. Minor aches soothed by coordinated movement or whispered encouragement. The subtle interplay of human presence creating a comforting, sleep-friendly backdrop. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Micro-narratives continue to evolve over days and weeks. Newcomers gaining confidence, senior workers adjusting pace to guide them. Quiet, mentoring, and subtle competitions in efficiency or precision, all contributing to a gentle, hypnotic ebb and flow. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Small celebrations occur without fanfare. A perfectly aligned row of rivets. A smoothly polished panel. A timely completion of quota. Acknowledged with a soft nod, a shared glance, a subtle smile, reinforcing satisfaction and accomplishment. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The interplay of social awareness and mechanical repetition becomes meditative. The mind tracing human gestures, hearing quiet speech, noting soft laughter, feeling the gentle touch of collaboration, all interwoven with the physical rhythm of work. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Moments of reflection arise naturally, noticing the way a coworker's hands have become more confident, observing how a small act of guidance prevents a mistake, perceiving the quiet endurance of others, recognizing subtle changes in posture or expression that indicate fatigue or satisfaction. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And in these meditative observations, The listener is guided into the subtle interplay of technical skill and social cohesion. The human network, breathing gently alongside the industrial heartbeat. Each action, glance, and whispered word reinforcing calm awareness. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. As the shift progresses, these social interactions continue in quiet layers. Shared advice about machinery, observations about environmental changes, heat drafts, light variations, soft acknowledgement of birthdays, small victories in personal tasks, letters quietly passed or read aloud. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And in this intricate lattice of human engagement, minor arcs of tension, learning, humor, and cooperation unfold and overlap, forming a continuous, calming narrative that complements the hypnotic rhythm of factory labor. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. By the end of a day, these small social threads weave into a quiet tapestry of shared experience, a gentle echo of presence and resilience. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Within the softly humming expanse of the factory, where rivets fell with a measured rhythm and the scent of heated metal lingered in the air, the development of skill unfolded slowly, deliberately, as if each movement was a quiet lesson in patience, precision, and gentle ingenuity. And you can imagine yourself observing or participating in this unfolding mastery. Beginning with the alignment of fuselage panels, the large metal sheets, heavy yet responsive under practiced hands. The tactile feedback of each edge pressed lightly against its neighbor. The faint vibration through fingertips as tools transmitted subtle resistance. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. First, careful positioning. One panel nudged into place, a soft scrape of metal against metal. The fingertips gliding along seams, noting minor gaps, assessing the angle with the eye and the hand in concert. The rivet gun resting comfortably in your grip. The trigger familiar, the nozzle warm from repeated use. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Adjustment of gauges and measuring instruments follows. The slow, deliberate turning of dials, the soft click of calibration knobs, the quiet confirmation of alignment within tolerances, and with each measurement, the mind harmonizes with the mechanical pulse, internalizing the patterns of shape, distance, and balance. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Striking rivets becomes a dance of precision, one motion flowing into the next, the tool raising and lowering with rhythmic consistency. You align the panel, adjust the gauge, strike again, check the rivet, strike again. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, strike again. And each repetition reinforces muscle memory, attention, and gentle confidence. A hypnotic cadence that lulls the mind into a steady, meditative focus. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. As experience accumulates, subtler adjustments are made. Slight shifts in wrist angle to compensate for resistance. Incremental changes in pressure to avoid stress on the metal. faint modifications in timing to synchronize with neighboring workers. Each minor adaptation absorbed into the rhythm of movement without conscious strain. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Problem solving emerges quietly, calmly, without drama or urgency. A rivet that doesn't seat correctly prompts a gentle re-examination. A soft tap with a mallet, a subtle repositioning of the panel, or the delicate realignment of a jig. The solution's intuitive, methodical, and meditative, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Presses are operated with careful attentiveness, the slow lowering and raising of heavy machinery, the subtle vibration felt through gloves, the faint warmth radiating from components under pressure. And you imagine each motion as a dialogue between human and machine, the mind noticing slight deviations, the fingers adjusting with calm precision, the body attuning to the cadence of metal yielding. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Understanding assembly order becomes a quiet mental exercise, remembering the sequence of panels, fasteners, and components, anticipating the next step, preparing hands and tools in advance. The repetition of motions creating both familiarity and meditative comfort. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Minor improvisations occur with gentle creativity. A shim placed to guide alignment, a small clamp used to hold a tricky piece temporarily, a subtle adjustment in stance to gain leverage. Each intervention performed without hurry, without drama, the mind noting the effectiveness, integrating the insight into future movements. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Repetition and variation intertwine to reinforce skill. Each rivet struck, each panel checked, each gauge adjusted becomes part of a seamless, calming sequence. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again, and the sensory experience deepens. The slight vibration of tools, the cool or warm surface of metals, the subtle metallic temps in the air, the tactile memory of each curve and seam, the gentle resistance of each joint, all forming a quiet, immersive meditation in motion. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. You notice the slow evolution of capability. Hands that were tentative become confident, eyes scanning surfaces with assurance, the body aligning naturally to the demands of machinery, the mind anticipating adjustments before they are needed. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Subtle social reinforcement accompanies technical growth. A coworker nods in recognition, a brief whispered compliment on technique, an almost imperceptible imitation of a demonstrated adjustment. These gentle acknowledgments integrate with the rhythm of labor, reinforcing both skill and calm focus. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The act of learning machinery is cyclical. Observe, mimic, adjust, repeat. Each iteration adding refinement, the repetition itself soothing, a constant pulse that mirrors the mechanical environment. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. In these cycles, the mind develops patience, endurance, and subtle discernment, noticing slight variations in metal thickness, tool performance, panel alignment, and environmental conditions. integrating observation into action without haste, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. Even small errors become gentle lessons. A slightly skewed rivet leads to a soft correction. A panel not seated fully prompts quiet repositioning. Each instance reinforcing attentiveness and precision without creating alarm or tension. The rhythmic repetition transforming potential frustration into a meditative focus. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. As mastery deepens, subtle refinements accumulate. Hands moving fluidly, eyes tracking alignment seamlessly. Anticipation of resistance or vibration guiding motion. Problem solving integrated naturally into each gesture. The tactile memory of previous panels and rivets informing the next. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And throughout this progression, the hypnotic cadence continues. The rise and fall of rivet guns, the steady alignment of panels, the measured operation of presses, the gentle improvisation of minor adjustments, all blending into a continuous, sleep-inducing rhythm. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. Small arcs of reflection occur between actions, noting the improvement of skill, appreciating the subtle ingenuity required, acknowledging the comfort in repeated, rhythmic effort, reinforcing calm focus. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The listener, enveloped in this slow, methodical progression, experiences the meditative evolution of industrial skill. Confidence growing in tandem with repetition. Dexterity intertwined with attention. Subtle problem solving harmonized with rhythm. And the quiet satisfaction of incremental mastery, all layered with sensory awareness of touch, sight, sound, and smell. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as the day continues, these learned skills, gentle improvisations, and repetitive rhythms form a seamless continuum of meditative activity, a hypnotic, immersive experience designed to soothe the mind, sustain attention without stimulation, and lull the listener toward a calm, restful state. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. You strike the rivet, adjust the panel, check the gauge, repeat once more, again and again, each motion reinforcing the intertwined rhythm of labor and learning. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains, the rivet strikes again. And in this quiet, enveloping, methodical flow, skill becomes not just functional, but meditative, a gentle cadence of mastery, observation, problem-solving, and repetition. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you, preparing the listener seamlessly to transition into the next segment. Seasonal and environmental details, exploring temperature, humidity, and light variations that subtly influence this rhythm of work and learning. Across the industrial landscape of wartime America, the scale of effort was vast, meticulous, and quietly humbling, a synchronized orchestration of human hands, metal, and machinery that extended beyond a single factory, beyond a single city, encompassing a network of production sites that stretched from the streets of Detroit to the sprawling plants of Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, and beyond. And you can imagine yourself walking along the foggy morning streets leading to these factories, the hum of distant machinery faintly audible even before the gates, the faint metallic temps lingering on the wind. Step by step, Your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. In each plant, women and men, often displaced from previous occupations, settled into long rows of benches, jigs, and rivet presses. The rhythmic strike of tools echoing across ceilings and walls. The metallic scent blending with the occasional sharp tang of oil or welding smoke. Each station meticulously organized for the production of specific wartime hardware. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. In Detroit, women assembled components for the B-2 for Liberator. Each fuselage panel aligned with care. Each rivet set with precise attention. Thousands of rivets striking in parallel. The coordination almost imperceptible, yet absolute. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. In Los Angeles, other factories focused on the production of Sherman tanks. Armored panels adjusted carefully, tracks aligned with mechanical patience, turret parts meticulously checked, rivets struck with exacting rhythm. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Pittsburgh's plants produced munitions, shells polished, fuses aligned, casings inspected for imperfection. The hands of workers moving in hypnotic repetition, the scent of gunpowder faint in some corners, the metallic temps persistent throughout. The drill hums steadily, the rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Across all cities, production quotas demanded consistency. A certain number of fuselage panels, tank components, or munitions completed daily. The hum of machinery synchronized with these invisible numbers. Each worker, aware of the silent rhythm, the cadence of labor matched to the beat of wartime urgency. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. This vast coordination created an almost imperceptible network. Across dozens of factories, hundreds of rivets struck in parallel, panels aligned with unseen precision, presses lowered and lifted in gentle unison, a soft pulse connecting thousands of hands, bodies, and tools. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And within this network, subtle societal changes unfolded, imperceptible to some yet transformative over time. Women who had previously worked in offices, homes, or teaching positions now mastered complex machinery, learned to operate presses and rivet. Guns inspected critical components and moved confidently among the hum and clang of industry, their presence slowly shifting the expectations of gender roles. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Migrants from rural areas, small towns, and even other states arrived in search of work, drawn by the demand for skilled labor. Settling in dormitories or shared apartments, walking the streets each morning past ration queues, taking in the smells of coal smoke and city industry, their presence adding layers of demographic complexity to cities suddenly bustling with purposeful energy. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. The factories themselves had expanded dramatically in recent years. New wings added to buildings, additional shifts implemented, conveyor belts extended tool rooms, stocked and restocked, supervisors coordinating complex flows of materials and labor. The sheer scale of activity, almost invisible when viewed from a distance, yet unmistakable in the immersive experience of standing amidst it. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Women and men learned their specific roles with patience and care. Some aligned panels, some operated presses, others inspected for defects, each contributing a small but crucial part to the whole. The hypnotic repetition of rivets, checks, and adjustments, forming a meditative rhythm step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. The cities themselves adapted subtly. Transportation routes shifted. Buses and trains timed to deliver workers efficiently. Cafeterias and canteens established near plants. Small shops and services emerging to meet the needs of these temporary populations. The social fabric bending gently under the pressure of wartime necessity. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And in each factory, the sensory environment reinforced the scale and discipline of production. The hum of rivet guns, the metallic smell lingering in corners, the faint heat radiating from presses, the distant clatter of carts moving materials, all combining to create an ambient awareness of mass coordination. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Training was ongoing. Supervisors demonstrated alignment, rivet pressure, and panel fitting repeatedly. New workers observed quietly, imitated gestures, internalized the tactile lessons, and slowly integrated into the larger flow. The repetition creating a calming, hypnotic rhythm. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. And as weeks passed, small innovations were noted. Slight improvements in efficiency, minor adjustments to jigs, subtle optimizations in workflow, all contributing to smoother coordination across multiple plants, reinforcing the quiet, meditative sense of purpose. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Letters from home noted the transformation of society. Mothers reflecting on daughters working machinery, husbands noting wives, growing skill, neighbors commenting on the influx of new faces into previously quiet streets. Small anecdotes capturing the intersection of human adaptation and industrial scale. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. Even as fatigue settled into bodies, the rhythm of production continued. Panels aligned, rivets struck, presses operated, inspections made, each act reinforcing both skill and collective purpose. The meditative pulse of labor extending across city and state, across dozens of factories and hundreds of workers. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. In this vast orchestration, each worker's contribution was small, yet indispensable. Each motion carefully measured, each rivet panel. An inspection synchronized to a broader, almost imperceptible flow. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And as the listener imagines this coordinated scale, the gentle societal shifts remain ever present. Women mastering machinery, migrants integrating into urban centers, subtle changes in family roles and expectations, all unfolding quietly beneath the mechanical rhythm. Step by step, your hands follow the pattern. Step by step, the machines hum with you. And in the meditative repetition of rivets, gauges, and presses, punctuated by small social interactions and quiet personal reflection, the listener can sense both the vast scope of wartime production and the intimate human experience within it. The drill hums steadily. The rivet strikes. The metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. ready to transition naturally into the next immersive layer of the narrative. Social interactions, seasonality, and environmental details, exploring how temperature, light, and humidity subtly shaped the rhythm of factory life, step by step. Your hands follow the pattern, step by step. The machines hum with you. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagine yourself approaching the outskirts of Detroit, where once thriving factories now stand silent, their brick walls, scarred by time and weather, windows cracked and opaque with dust, the faint metallic temps of rust blending with the lingering aroma of oil and coal that clings stubbornly to every surface. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Inside, shafts of sunlight pierce through broken panes, illuminating motes of dust that drift lazily through the still air. The shadows of abandoned conveyor belts stretching long across the concrete floor. The faint creak of a loose metal beam overhead, harmonizing with the soft whistle of wind sneaking through cracks in the walls. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. You move down a corridor, once bustling with the synchronized hum of machinery, now empty except for the distant groan of settling floors and the soft, hollow echo of your own footsteps. The paint peeling in long strips from support beams, curling at the edges like brittle pages of forgotten manuals. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Each room reveals traces of past labor. Tables still lined with rusty jigs bins, once filled with components, now empty. Their surfaces dusted lightly with decades of neglect, the subtle chemical temps of long-used lubricants, mixing with the mustiness of disuse. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. In Los Angeles, a converted warehouse, its original function obscured by layers of wartime expansion, opens before you, beams of late afternoon light cutting diagonally across half-collapsed scaffolding, the floor strewn with remnants of toolboxes, faintly corroded rivet guns, and panels waiting quietly for hands that never returned. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. The distant sound of a loose shutter tapping gently against the outer wall echoes through the space, punctuating the soft whisper of wind, the faint scent of metallic oxidation, rising from scattered iron pieces, mingling with a hint of old varnish from discarded crates. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. You ascend a narrow staircase to an upper level, where small offices once housed engineers reviewing schematics. The carpeting long gone, leaving behind splintered wood and the occasional screw, the walls marked by faint pencil diagrams and chalk lines. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. In remote woodland regions, hidden factories built hastily to avoid aerial observation reveal themselves beneath the canopy of trees, the roofs, partially collapsed, sunlight filtering through leafy branches to scatter across broken machinery and rusting storage bins, the faint scent of damp earth mixing with oxidized metal. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Moss and vines creep along walls, softening corners where rivet presses once stood. The gentle tap of water dripping from fractured pipes, creating an irregular, hypnotic rhythm. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. In another forgotten site, hay scattered across the floor, mixing with fine metallic dust, sunlight catching on shards of glass from broken windows, painting patterns of light across bent tables and empty shelving. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. The air carries faint odors of oil and rust, mingling with the subtle sweetness of decayed wood. The walls echoing softly with each measured footfall. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. In Detroit's industrial outskirts, the larger plants reveal long wings of abandoned assembly lines. Ceilings high and darkened by soot, overhead pulleys still suspended mid-motion, cables and chains hanging like silent witnesses to labor that has long ceased. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. The faint hum of imagined machinery seems to reverberate through these empty spaces, a gentle, ghostly pulse beneath the stillness. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. You pass through storage areas where crates once held essential components, now open and empty, the rough texture of wood visible beneath peeling paint, the faint smell of aged varnish mixing with dust. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. In Los Angeles, narrow corridors between production wings invite slow exploration, the dim light catching on rust flecks, shadows stretching across staircases, each step punctuated by the quiet squeak of worn floorboards. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. Tools abandoned mid-task sit on benches, rivet guns, cold and heavy wrenches, resting as if their operators might return at any moment. The faint, metallic tang of these instruments lingering in the cool air. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. You move into inspection rooms where gauges and jigs remain arranged in precise, if silent, order. Sunlight streaming through partially closed shutters, dust swirling in the calm shafts of light. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. A gentle breeze stirs through broken windows, carrying a hint of tree sap or distant urban aroma layering with the industrial tang to create a complex yet subtle sensory environment. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. In woodland factories, long-forgotten testing benches lie beneath beams of filtered sunlight, small instruments partially covered by leaves or rusted over time. The quiet creak of remaining doors opening with minimal disturbance, the subtle smell of mildew and iron blending into a hypnotic olfactory rhythm. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. In Detroit, long corridors connecting wings of assembly lines reveal floors etched with faint tool marks, rivet counters scratched lightly into wooden surfaces, traces of human hands that once moved briskly along these paths. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. In Los Angeles offices overlooking production floors sit quietly, the furniture dusty yet carefully aligned notes and schedules. Long faded on desktops, the subtle scent of aged paper combining with lingering metal and oil to form an almost contemplative environment. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. Throughout all these abandoned sites, the slow passage through rooms, staircases, and storage areas forms a meditative journey, the listener's mind absorbing the interplay of light, shadow, sound, and scent. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. Every creak, every gust, every particle of dust contributes to a hypnotic rhythm, echoing the measured, repetitive work that once filled these spaces. Step carefully. Step softly. The echoes follow. And as you continue, the layering of sensory detail deepens. Shafts of sunlight revealing floating dust motes, faint odors of rust and oil mingling with distant woodland scents, echoes of imaginary machinery resonating softly, shadows stretching and retreating along walls. Step carefully. Step softly, the echoes follow. Every step, every breath, every measured pause contributes to a slow, immersive meditation on human labor, ingenuity, and the passage of time. Step carefully. Step softly, the echoes follow. And as you leave each corridor, each abandoned room, each forgotten factory wing, the rhythmic cadence of walking, observing, and imagining continues, a gentle lull that prepares the mind for quiet reflection. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Step carefully, step softly, the echoes follow. Guiding naturally into reflections on experimental projects, cultural rituals, and human adaptation within these hidden industrial spaces, completing the sensory journey of the ghost factories before moving into the contrasting, insulated world of planners and executives. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. As you wander through these hidden factories, your eyes adjust to the dim, uneven light filtering through fractured windows, revealing the long-abandoned projects that once held such promise and purpose. In one wing, prototype aircraft wings rest on sturdy wooden jigs, their smooth metal surfaces dulled by decades of dust, the subtle curve of the fuselage catching glimmers of sunlight. Faint fingerprints still pressed into the aluminum where hands once guided panels into place. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Tools lie where they were left, rivet guns balanced carefully on benches, small wrenches and hammers arranged almost ceremoniously. The faint temps of oxidation mingling with lingering traces of machine oil. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Abandoned notes, folded carefully and left atop a clipboard, contain simple observations, reminders about part alignment, or the faint record of a worker's day. Check the upper spar. Remember to adjust the rivet gauge. The machine hums with me. The handwriting gentle, deliberate, intimate. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In another room, experimental munitions lie quietly, small shells arranged in orderly rows on benches, some half-painted, others left bare tools for assembly resting beside them, as if the workers could return at any moment, the faint metallic and chemical scent of these objects blending with the mustiness of disuse. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The echoes follow. Unfinished tanks occupy a spacious section of the factory, the hulls bare metal. Wheels and tracks, partially installed scaffolding, and jigs positioned precisely, the gentle creak of rusted hinges hinting at prior movement. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. On tables nearby, small mechanical components lie half-assembled, screwdrivers, calipers, and pliers, resting, as if awaiting the return of patient hands. The faint scent of grease and dust mingling in the quiet air. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Each abandoned project evokes subtle curiosity rather than tension. The unfinished aircraft wing suggests care and precision. The radar diagrams hint at knowledge partially grasped. The tanks embody human ingenuity, paused mid-motion. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You notice delicate human traces in the quiet spaces, a note folded under a wrench, a small doodle of a flower on a scrap of paper, fingerprints pressed into dust, half-raced measurements penciled on a work table. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. These traces invite gentle reflection on the workers' experiences, their quiet attentiveness, their problem-solving, their small rituals. Step quietly, Step softly. The echoes follow. Across the factory, conveyor belts lie still, once moving tirelessly to carry components from one station to the next. The occasional tool still balanced on a platform. The hum of memory almost perceptible in the stillness. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. Faint scratches on metal panels indicate where jigs had been adjusted, where components had been aligned. Evidence of careful hands tracing patterns, repetitively, deliberately. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. The echoes follow. Sunlight falls through cracked panes, illuminating dust particles that drift lazily across the room, highlighting subtle curves, bends, and imperfections in metal components. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. In a nearby chamber, small electrical devices, once tested for early communications, lie quietly on a bench. Wires coiled neatly, soldering points visible, fingerprints lightly pressed into the dust, as if someone had paused mid-task to attend to another concern. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. The gentle layering of these sensory impressions, sight, sound, smell, and tactile suggestion, forms a hypnotic rhythm. The slight squeak of metal, the faint rustle of paper, the imagined whisper of a worker's hand adjusting a rivet. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. The rivet strikes, the metallic scent remains. The rivet strikes again. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. You imagine workers returning briefly to these abandoned stations. Footsteps, the weight of tools left untouched. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. In some rooms, calibration marks on jigs hint at repeated testing, subtle adjustments made over countless hours. The rhythm of human touch, almost audible in the quiet space. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. Small personal touches appear throughout. A forgotten scarf on a hook, a pencil left mid-note, smudged fingerprints on tables, faint impressions in dust where hands had rested. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. In this way, the abandoned projects evoke a gentle narrative of quiet diligence, experimentation, and human presence, inviting calm observation. The faint hum of imagined machinery blending with the soft echo of footsteps. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. As you continue through the spaces, the layering of sight, sound, smell, and implied touch immerses you fully. A slow, hypnotic rhythm of observation, reflection, and gentle curiosity. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. Across multiple sites, prototype wings, unfinished tanks, radar devices, and experimental munitions lie scattered or carefully arranged. Their quiet presence, a testimony to the ingenuity, care, and patience of workers. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. Abandoned diagrams, notes, fingerprints, and half-finished work invite gentle meditation on human effort, quiet problem-solving, and the subtle beauty of labor frozen in time. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. The interplay of light and shadow, dust and metal, faint scents and imagined touch, all combine to form a calm, immersive, meditative rhythm, each sensory layer reinforcing the hypnotic cadence. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. And as you move from room to room, from factory to factory, from Detroit to Los Angeles to woodland sites, the quiet mystery deepens, the gentle curiosity remains, and the mind drifts along the soft rhythm of abandoned ingenuity. Step quietly, step softly. the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow, inviting you to slowly transition toward reflections on the cultural practices, small rituals, and subtle human adaptations that layered life within these hidden industrial spaces. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. As you move through these silent, abandoned factories, your attention lingers on the remnants left behind. Rusting conveyor belts that once carried components in precise rhythm, their surfaces pitted and dulled, edges curled slightly from decades of exposure, tool marks etched into workbenches, and wooden jigs telling quiet stories of repeated motions, hands pressing and adjusting, tightening and loosening. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Coils of wiring, frayed and twisted, trail along the walls. Remnants of electrical systems that once powered presses and rivet guns. The faint metallic temps of oxidized copper blending with the lingering scent of machine oil and dust. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Small modifications appear in unexpected places. A shelf cut slightly shorter to accommodate a particular tool, a bracket bent to hold a panel at the correct angle, a faint pencil mark indicating repeated calibration. Each subtle alteration a testimony to thoughtful, patient effort. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Abandoned instruments, micrometers, gauges, and calipers rest in quiet corners, their surfaces dulled by dust and rust. Faint fingerprints pressed into the metal, hinting at the care with which they were handled. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The floorboards creak gently beneath your feet, revealing the hidden history of decades of footsteps. Scuff marks and scratches forming patterns that suggest long hours of measured movement, careful alignment, repeated motions. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Shafts of sunlight cut through broken windows, illuminating floating dust particles that drift slowly, lazily, as if time itself has slowed in these halls. Highlighting small details, the bent edge of a metal panel, a chipped corner of a workbench, the faint inscription of a worker's initials. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In some areas, rusted bins still contain scattered remnants of components. Washers, small screws, partially polished panels, fragments of metal shaped but never fully assembled, their quiet presence, evoking the meticulous labor once performed. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Abandoned rooms reveal layers of past activity, tool marks etched into wooden tables, faint grease stains in repeated patterns, small indentations where clamps or presses once rested. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You notice the subtle traces of human ingenuity preserved in the quiet architecture. Doors reinforced to support heavy machinery, beams slightly adjusted to hold weight, ladders installed to provide safe access, each modification reflecting careful consideration and practical problem solving. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The air moves gently through broken windows, carrying faint scents of metal, oil, and time itself. Occasionally, stirring loose papers, curling dust, and the lightest of debris. The soft whistle, blending with distant creaks, creating a gentle hypnotic rhythm. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. On the walls, faded chalk lines and pencil markings hint at planning and measurement guides for aligning components. Subtle reminders of procedures followed day after day, each line a quiet echo of human thought and care. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In some corners, partially disassembled machines rest as if frozen mid-task, their gears and pulleys exposed, wires dangling, the soft scrape of rusted metal under minimal movement, producing a slow, meditative sound. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Old toolboxes lie open, small tools scattered or arranged carefully, screwdrivers, pliers, and hammers, resting in quiet order, their presence a calm testimony to the rhythm of labor and the meticulous attention of the workers. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You move slowly along rows of benches, each revealing traces of prior activity. A faint outline where a panel rested, circular marks from repeated clamping, a gentle indentation, pressed by countless hands over long hours. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The silence is punctuated by subtle sensory details. The faint metallic temps in the air, the soft scraping of shoes over concrete, the whisper of wind threading through gaps in walls and ceilings. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The layering of these details, the visual evidence of rust, the tactile suggestion of repeated motions, the subtle auditory cues of metal and dust, the olfactory traces of oxidized metal and oil creates a hypnotic, meditative rhythm. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In one room, you notice an old assembly table with faint imprints of instruments lines etched into its surface, marking careful alignment. The lingering smell of machine oil, the soft weight of imagined hands that once moved precisely over it. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Across the factory, small piles of components sit undisturbed, each a quiet narrative of production. Washers sorted neatly, partially polished panels awaiting further assembly, springs coiled and untouched, the subtle interplay of light and shadow creating calm visual textures. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In narrow hallways connecting production wings, the faint scuff of shoes on worn floors, small indentations in thresholds and minor scratches along walls serve as quiet echoes of human passage, the slow, repetitive rhythm suggesting daily movement, measured and intentional. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Abandoned electrical panels hint at the complexity of operations once undertaken, knobs, dials, and switches left in positions suggesting careful calibration. Wires frayed yet still recognizable, a faint hum of imagined energy lingering in the still air. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In some hidden corners, small modifications and repairs are evident, brackets bent or reshaped, holes drilled for new alignment, markings indicating repeated testing or minor adjustments. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The gentle layering of human activity preserved in these spaces, the tool marks the partially assembled machines, the subtle modifications, the faint traces of fingerprints, and notes offers a calm reflection on labor, diligence, and quiet problem solving. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Each room becomes a slow meditation on human presence, the way hands traced patterns, the care in alignment, the rhythm of repetitive tasks, the patience required to maintain machinery. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. As you wander further, the sensory layers deepen. Soft glints of rusted metal, faint smells of oil and time, whispering wind through broken windows, subtle echoes of footsteps long past, the quiet scrape of a loose hinge or gear. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The overall effect is one of gentle curiosity and quiet observation, not tension or danger, inviting the mind to absorb the small details, the rhythms of labor, and the meditative presence of human effort frozen in time. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. And as you leave each room, each corridor, each factory wing, the layering of sensory impressions and reflections on subtle human ingenuity continues, creating a slow, hypnotic journey through space and time. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow, preparing naturally for the next exploration of cultural rituals, songs, and small acts of human adaptation within these hidden industrial spaces. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. As you linger in these vast, humming spaces, the faint, imagined rhythm of human presence returns to accompany you, not with urgency, but as a soft, measured pulse, the steady hum of machines, blending with imagined voices, recalling the songs, chants, and quiet rituals that filled factory floors during long shifts. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The gentle cadence of a rivet contest seems to linger faintly, though the participants are long gone. You can sense the careful alignment of panels, the steady, deliberate hammering, the rhythmic strike of rivets echoing softly through empty halls. Strike, pause, like a lullaby of labor. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Nearby, small competitions in assembly efficiency emerge in your mind's eye. Workers marking the completion of fuselage sections or munitions shells with subtle nods, quiet glances of encouragement, whispered, counting to ensure precise alignment, the soft clink of metal against metal, forming a hypnotic, almost musical pattern. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You notice imagined small acts of camaraderie, a sandwich quietly passed to a neighbor during a short break, a flask of warm tea shared among friends leaning over work tables, the faint rustle of paper wrapping, the subtle clink of a mug placed gently on a bench. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. These gestures, unhurried and calm, carry more meaning than the work itself. Small celebrations of perseverance, mutual support, and shared endurance. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined voices sing softly between the hum of machines, gentle songs passed orally or quietly hummed, phrases repeated to maintain rhythm, to distract from fatigue, to create a sense of collective presence. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Strike, align, hands steady, rivets guided. These phrases form an auditory undercurrent, almost hypnotic in their repetition. Each strike, each alignment, a marker of both productivity and quiet ritual. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You can picture small birthday celebrations, a tin of sweets shared discreetly, a soft happy birthday hummed without breaking concentration, eyes meeting briefly across benches, nods of acknowledgement, subtle smiles. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Quiet advice passes between workers, whispered instructions for aligning a complex panel, a reminder to check a gauge, gentle corrections offered without hurry or reproach. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In imagined pockets of the workshop, small acts of personal flair emerge. A neatly folded rag left on a bench, a pencil carefully placed beside a caliper, faint sketches of flowers or initials on scrap paper. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The combined effect of these rituals, songs, soft chants, gentle competitions, shared sustenance, whispered advice, quiet celebrations, is a subtle culture of attention, care, and soft interaction, a layer of human warmth over the cold metal and hard surfaces. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Time moves differently here, not measured by clocks alone, but by the cadence of tasks, the gentle cycles of repetition, the rise and fall of voices, the rhythmic strike of rivets. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Each worker's small contributions, both to production and to the culture of the floor, resonate faintly in the air. A completed panel, a polished component, a shared smile, a nod of approval. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The soundscape is imagined yet precise. The hum of motors, the low rumble of presses, the soft clatter of tools, the whispers of guidance, the murmur of encouragement. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In quieter corners, workers pause momentarily, swapping snacks, offering reassurance, checking each other's alignments. The sound of metal, paper, and whispered voices creating a soft, lulling rhythm. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The factory becomes a living, breathing organism of shared labor, where the monotony of repetitive tasks is balanced by these subtle, calming cultural practices. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined laughter, light and restrained, drifts faintly across benches. Tiny celebrations mark the completion of an especially tricky assembly. The soft pat of hands, a nod, a whispered word of congratulations. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Each ritual, each song, each minor competition, each shared gesture contributes to the overall pattern, creating a soothing, repetitive cadence that mirrors the machines themselves. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The mind can trace these interactions like a gentle current. A tray of cookies passed along a line of workers, whispered advice about rivet alignment, soft humming to maintain pace, slight nods of acknowledgement for work well done. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The sensory layering continues, the subtle clink of metal, the faint rustle of cloth or paper, the distant echo of soft humming, the almost imperceptible scent of oil mingled with dust. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You imagine that even absent the workers, these rituals leave traces, small impressions in dust where hands rested, faint scuffs on floors from repeated steps, subtle bends in metal where parts were handled with care. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The rhythm of this imagined culture is hypnotic. Strike, pause, align, pause, whisper, hum. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined competitions continue in your mind's ear. A rivet challenge across benches, a gentle counting of completed components, small rewards acknowledged with quiet smiles and nods, never loudly, always softly. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Moments of rest are marked by shared observations of weather outside, a brief comment on rationed lunch, a soft exchange about family back home, quietly layered into the hum of work. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The songs themselves are simple, repetitive, mnemonic devices for maintaining pace and morale. Strike, align, steady, strike again. Hands follow the metal. Strike, align, steady, strike again. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined gestures of mentorship flow naturally. An experienced worker adjusting a younger colleague's hand on a rivet gun, soft guidance in inspecting a panel, subtle encouragement to maintain rhythm and precision. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The cumulative effect is calm, immersive, hypnotic, a layered soundscape of mechanical hum, soft human interaction, repeated patterns of song and motion, small acts of care and connection. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Across the vast factory floor, these cultural practices persist as gentle, ghostly echoes, embedding a sense of rhythm, attention, and quiet humanity in every movement, every task, every whisper. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. And as you drift through imagined corridors, benches, and workstations, the mind absorbs the soft interplay of labor, ritual, and human connection, preparing seamlessly for the transition to the next segment, where the perspective shifts to engineers, executives, and the contrasting, calmer world of planning and management. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Inviting a gentle continuation of this slow, immersive journey through the layered experiences of World War II factories, lingering in memory, sensation, and rhythm. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. As you move through the hushed spaces of hidden projects, abandoned laboratories, and isolated wings of the factories, your attention drifts to the subtle rhythms of thought and curiosity that must have accompanied each worker. The gentle pulse of hands tracing metal, adjusting gauges, aligning components, all performed with quiet diligence. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagine the soft, calm reflections that filled the minds of those who worked here. A riveter pausing briefly, fingers brushing over a half-finished panel, considering its place in a larger, unseen whole, wondering silently what the end product might become. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The motions themselves are repeated with precision, almost hypnotically. The alignment of a fuselage panel, the calibration of a press, the careful inspection of small components, each gesture fostering a slow, meditative rhythm. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. In these quiet, internal moments, curiosity lingers. What might this device do? Who will use it? How will it change the course of work, of war, of life? Questions considered softly, without urgency, without fear, only gentle reflection. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Hands move methodically over metal surfaces, tracing the edges of partially assembled prototypes, turning screws, tightening rivets, adjusting levers, each motion repeated in a calm, steady pattern. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Small problem solving arises naturally, noticing a minor misalignment, imagining a slight adjustment, considering alternative sequences of assembly, all undertaken with quiet attentiveness, the mind flowing gently along with the work. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined thoughts drift like soft currents. This piece fits here. This panel must remain steady. The rivets strike in rhythm. Perhaps this will become an aircraft wing. Perhaps a shell. Perhaps something I will never see completed. Step quietly. Step softly. The echoes follow. The psychological layering continues with subtle awareness of partial knowledge, understanding each motion perfectly, while the larger purpose remains a soft mystery, fostering a gentle tension of curiosity without urgency or discomfort. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The repetitive hypnotic cadence of hands and tools mirrors the rhythm of thought, a syncopated dance of motion and reflection, aligning metal and mind. Strike, adjust, check, strike, step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You imagine the quiet satisfaction of completing a panel, a subassembly, or a test, small accomplishments registered internally, a gentle hum of achievement mingling with the steady mechanical backdrop. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Internal dialogue flows softly. Did I measure that correctly? Is it aligned? Will this function as intended? Questions posed calmly, answered in part by repetition, by touch, by careful observation. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The mind drifts to softer curiosities, wondering who might eventually see the finished product, how it will operate, whether it will meet the needs envisioned by engineers and planners. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Even in absence of full understanding, the worker's engagement is complete in the moment, focusing on motion, pattern, alignment, the rhythm of repetition, the tactile feedback of tools and materials. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined reflections extend to broader context, awareness of contributing to a collective effort, of being part of a network of factories, of thousands of hands performing complementary tasks, yet each individual confined to their small, focused domain. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The partial understanding fosters gentle curiosity, not frustration. It encourages observation, care, and mindfulness, a slow, meditative engagement with the physical and conceptual world. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Visual details enhance the psychological layering, half-finished components resting on tables, blueprints tacked to walls, faint pencil marks tracing alignment, tools placed with intentionality. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. You can imagine the calm internal dialogue accompanying these motions, noting imperfections, considering adjustments, mentally rehearsing sequences of assembly, and imagining the result without expectation or pressure. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Each subtle motion, each careful adjustment, each repetitive task contributes to a meditative state. Hands move steadily, eyes follow familiar patterns, the mind wanders gently across possibilities. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The faint mechanical hum of presses and drills, imagined or remembered, underlies these reflections, providing a constant, soothing background rhythm that anchors thought. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The layering of curiosity, problem-solving, and partial comprehension creates a gentle cognitive cadence, noticing a tool misaligned, correcting it slowly, observing the fit of a panel, contemplating the eventual function, all without urgency or stress. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Imagined internal dialogue is calm, iterative. This fits, that aligns. The sequence is correct. I wonder what it will become. Perhaps it will fly. Perhaps it will protect. Perhaps it will remain unseen. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. The psychological layering extends to the quiet observation of surroundings, noting subtle variations in light, temperature, or scent, observing the placement of abandoned tools or unfinished parts, sensing the invisible presence of coworkers performing parallel tasks. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The combination of repeated motion, gentle reflection, and partial comprehension fosters a meditative, almost lullaby-like rhythm. Strike, adjust, inspect, wonder. Strike, adjust, inspect, wonder. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. Imagined empathy for unseen colleagues arises. Understanding shared effort. Recognizing patterns of fatigue and attention. Sensing mutual reliance without overt communication. Step quietly, step softly. The echoes follow. These reflections, repeated and layered, produce calm mental resonance, a soft hum of curiosity and engagement, unhurried attention to detail, quiet satisfaction in problem solving. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Even in imagining challenges, the tone remains soft. Misaligned parts or unclear instructions are noted calmly. Adjustments are made thoughtfully, lessons absorbed in quiet repetition. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The layering of touch, sound, sight, smell, and internal reflection produces a deep, immersive experience of labor and thought, a rhythm of work intertwined with contemplation. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow, allowing the mind to drift through tasks, patterns, and curiosity, absorbed in the gentle mysteries of human effort and quiet ingenuity, preparing naturally to transition to the final segment of contrasting elite and managerial perspectives. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. Step quietly, step softly, the echoes follow. The day continues in measured rhythm, thought intertwined with motion, curiosity entwined with repetition, carrying the listener deeper into the immersive experience of World War II factory life. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. Step softly, step quietly. The corridors stretch endlessly, shadowed by sunlight filtering through cracked windows, dust motes drifting lazily in the still air, each beam illuminating fragments of labor long past, the faint outlines of conveyor belts, the subtle wear on metal benches, the gentle curve of a half-finished panel, all silent witnesses to repeated motions once performed with purpose and rhythm. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. You move slowly through the space, imagining the first day of a project, the machines freshly oiled, the floor polished and free of debris, workers arriving cautiously, adjusting caps and gloves, the faint hum of anticipation in the air. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. Hours become days, days become weeks, and each repetition embeds itself into the rhythm of labor. The steady pulse of effort mirrored in the subtle vibrations of metal and wood. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. Project after project begins, partially progresses, and eventually pauses. A fuselage left half aligned, The faint patina of abandonment grows slowly. Rust creeping along seams, paint peeling in gentle curls, dust collecting in corners, faint footprints preserved in grime, the echoes of footsteps long gone softening over time. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Imagined workers drift through your mind, returning each morning to familiar tasks, learning small efficiencies, developing subtle rituals to maintain morale. The tools rest. Summer warmth, radiating from sun-heated metal condensation forming on floors and machinery, adding a slow, moist rhythm to the space. The tools rest. The machines quiet. The echoes linger. You can trace the timeline of effort. Initial sketches on tacked blueprints, pencils marking dimensions, hands adjusting parts carefully, small corrections noted. Step quietly. The echoes linger. Projects reach partial completion. Subassemblies carefully stacked, some used in other contexts, others left in quiet limbo. The rhythm of the factory paused but still perceptible. The tools rest. The machines quiet. The echoes linger. Years pass, buildings aging gracefully in neglect. Faint traces of human presence preserved in the bends of metal, the imprint of tools on workbenches, the gentle patina of oil stains. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Abandoned experiments, halted midway, give rise to imagined reflections. Workers wondering what might have been. Engineers calculating feasibility. Managers adjusting timelines. All layered in time. The tools rest. The machines quiet. The echoes linger. Gentle decay emphasizes subtle continuity. Wood softening, paper yellowing, metal oxidizing, sunlight shifting angles daily, the shadows lengthening and shortening with quiet precision. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Imagined wind moves through broken panes, carrying dust along old corridors, stirring light across machinery, brushing faint impressions of hands and tools. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. In these silent spaces, the passage of time becomes tangible, unfinished panels leaning against walls. The machines quiet, the echoes linger. You imagine repeated days of work, layered atop one another. Strike, adjust, inspect. Strike, adjust, inspect. The rhythm of labor persists as a mental echo, even after the physical act has ceased. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Step quietly, the echoes linger. The space breathes history. Each shadow, each creak of aged wood, each glint of rusted metal is a marker of the passage of human effort. The tools rest. The machines quiet. The echoes linger. You trace the timeline from bustling activity to quiet abandonment. Step quietly, the echoes linger. Imagined sunlight moves across walls and floors, highlighting different sections at different hours, accentuating the slow decay, the gentle shifting patterns mirroring the subtle progression of years. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. The human imprint remains faint but perceptible. Tiny indentations in benches, dust-covered sketches, a half-completed tally of components, soft reminders of effort, care, and attention. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The repetition of motion and observation creates meditative layering. Strike, align, inspect, strike, align, inspect. Each echo of human presence, softened by time. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. You wander through imagined corners, staircases, storage rooms, tracing the chronological layering of labor. Initial enthusiasm, steady routine, minor improvisations, eventual quiet abandonment. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Seasonal and temporal variations add richness. Sunlight slanting through dusty windows, rain leaking through roof cracks, frost forming in winter. The subtle warmth of summer afternoons lingering in metal surfaces. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The gradual decay is gentle, almost peaceful. Rust forming slowly, wood softening, paper yellowing, creating a rhythm of impermanence that mirrors the cyclical nature of human effort. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. Imagined workers long departed leave behind traces of their thought and motion. Half-assembled panels, folded notes, fingerprints on dusted machinery, soft imprints of care. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. In your mind, time stretches and layers, overlapping days and years, rhythms of effort and quiet reflection interweaving. Strike, adjust, inspect, reflect, strike, adjust, inspect, reflect. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. You pause in empty rooms, absorbing subtle reminders of life once lived. Faint hums of machinery imagined, whispered instructions recalled, the soft cadence of footsteps in imagined corridors. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The ghostly presence of repeated tasks creates a hypnotic, meditative pulse, layering the past gently over the present. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Across the space projects start progress partially, then fade into quiet stillness. Each cycle adding depth to the temporal layering, a rhythm of activity and pause, labor and rest, intention and abandonment. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. You walk slowly, step by step, imagining each motion, performed hundreds of times, each gesture, leaving faint, silent traces, the repetition of human effort echoing across empty halls. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The combined cadence of tool strikes, alignment checks, whispered guidance, and gentle curiosity continues to resonate. Soft and hypnotic, the tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. And as the light shifts, shadows lengthen, dust settles, and time stretches into a calm continuum, you sense the lingering presence of human endeavor. Quiet, measured, almost soothing in its persistence. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Inviting the listener to carry this gentle, hypnotic awareness into the next segment, where the perspective shifts toward engineers and executives, contrasting the quiet decay of labor with the structured calm of planning and oversight. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The tools rest, the machines quiet, the echoes linger. Step softly, step quietly, the echoes linger. The rhythm of time and labor continues, soft, layered, and meditative, preparing the mind for the final contemplative exploration. You arrive at the office slowly, stepping through the quiet corridors, the muted echo of your shoes soft against the polished floor. Step slowly, step gently. The morning light filters through tall windows, brushing across desks, laden with neatly stacked papers, blueprints curling slightly at the edges, maps pinned carefully to walls, each line and notation precise, each annotation a soft testament to the rhythm of planning. Step slowly, step gently. The faint scent of wood polish mingles with the dry, subtle aroma of ink and paper. Calm and grounding, a sensory anchor as you move toward your assigned desk. Step slowly, step gently. You adjust your chair, feeling the smoothness of its leather under your hands. The slight spring of the seat as you settle, a minor comfort before the day's work begins. Step slowly, step gently. The hum of overhead fans is a steady undertone, blending with the soft scratch of pencils on paper, the gentle shuffling of documents, and the quiet tapping of fingers along rulers and compasses, each sound layered in rhythm that harmonizes with the reflective cadence of thought. Step slowly, step gently. Morning review begins with careful attention to schedules posted on corkboards, production quotas, delivery timelines, allocation of materials, each number and notation considered, traced with a pencil, verified against prior records, quietly acknowledged in thought. Step slowly, step gently. You pick up a pencil, trace the line along a blueprint, check the dimensions, trace the line again. The calculations hum with you. Step slowly, step gently. Mid-morning calculations occupy the next stretch of time, checking tolerances for fuselage panels, aligning assembly orders for munitions, reviewing tank schematics. Small, incremental adjustments made with deliberate precision. Each pencil mark a gentle echo of a larger pattern, the rhythm soft and repetitive, allowing focus without tension. Step slowly, step gently. Occasionally, a colleague leans over with a quiet observation, a small suggestion, a shared note on efficiency, nodding softly, acknowledging understanding without hurry. The interaction brief yet meaningful, layering human connection onto the mechanical process of thought. Step slowly, step gently. Lunch discussion is calm and reflective. Colleagues gather quietly, exchanging observations about plant progress, minor challenges, subtle improvements, the murmur of conversation low and measured, the occasional clink of utensils against plates, warmth from a cup of tea or coffee, creating a comforting pause. Step slowly, step gently. The afternoon inspection period begins as plans are cross-referenced, numbers recalculated, schedules adjusted, correspondence prepared for plant managers and foremen, each movement deliberate, each thought measured, the mind tracing the path of human labor below, aligning abstract strategy with tactile repetition of work on the floor. Step slowly, step gently. Office lighting shifts subtly with the sun's path, shadows creeping along blueprint edges, highlighting small annotations, emphasizing contrast between light and shadow, warmth radiating from heating units during winter, gentle ventilation softening summer air, creating a sensory landscape that remains calm and steady. Step slowly, step gently. You organize documents, setting each stack in precise order, checking annotations twice, tracing lines with fingers, adjusting small notes, each repetition forming a meditative cadence. Pick up, trace, check, adjust, pick up, trace, check, adjust. Step slowly, step gently. Communication with factories is deliberate yet calm. Typed letters prepared, schedules confirmed, small adjustments relayed to ensure production flows smoothly. Feedback incorporated slowly, quietly, without rush, the rhythm of correspondence echoing the steady pulse of planning. Step slowly, step gently. Occasional visits to active plants are described in mind. Walking slowly along aisles of assembly, observing workers, noting alignment of panels, efficiency of munitions assembly, small corrections suggested in soft, measured tones. The sound of distant rivets striking mingling with soft observation, each motion layered with reflection. Step slowly, step gently. Repeated gestures reinforce predictability and comfort. Lifting pencils, tapping rulers, tracing lines, reviewing calculations, reading annotations, then reading again, forming a soft loop of meditative repetition, each action paired with slow, calm breathing. Step slowly, step gently. Internal reflections layer over activity. The sequence is steady. The panels align. The quotas are met. Adjustments are small. Oversight is calm. Workers below move in rhythm with plans. Each step deliberate. Each action deliberate. The day unfolds predictably. Step slowly. Step gently. Minor errors noted in documents. Corrected gently. Plans realigned. Calculations verified. All without stress. All absorbed into the gentle rhythm of office life. Reinforcing the quiet continuity of effort that bridges mind and labor, thought and action. Step slowly, step gently. Subtle social dynamics occur within the office. A quiet nod, a whispered suggestion, a shared observation, a soft correction. Minor mentorship offered, each interaction brief, calm, and unhurried, contributing to a network of reflective collaboration. Step slowly, step gently. The mind layers multiple timelines at once. Current tasks, progress at the factories, upcoming inspections, material orders, human resource considerations, all woven together with soft repetition, creating a meditative cadence. Trace, check, annotate, review. Trace, check, annotate, review. Step slowly, step gently. Seasonal and temporal changes are observed with gentle attention. Light shifts across desks. Warm or cool air flows through vents. Slight variations in humidity noted, all absorbed calmly, all acknowledged without disruption, forming a subtle rhythm of continuity. Step slowly, step gently. As the afternoon progresses, plans are cross-checked, schedules recalculated, correspondence prepared, numbers aligned, small diagrams adjusted, annotations refined, each repeated action layering reflection and rhythm. Step slowly, step gently. Occasional quiet discussions arise. Would this adjustment improve efficiency? How will this affect worker flow? Are resources sufficient? All posed calmly, answered deliberately, without urgency. Step slowly, step gently. Repeated attention to detail fosters gentle mindfulness. Reviewing each blueprint, examining every annotation, tracing each measurement twice, ensuring coherence across plans, forming a soft loop of contemplative repetition. Step slowly, step gently. The sensory environment continues its soothing layering. Faint scratch of pencil, hum of fans, warmth of radiators, soft filtered sunlight, subtle aroma of paper and wood. The rhythm of thought harmonizing with rhythm of environment. Step slowly, step gently. As WWII summary approaches, documents are organized, notes made for follow-up, progress reviewed calmly, small corrections logged, plans prepared for next day. Each step deliberate, each movement soft, rhythmic, meditative. Step slowly, step gently. The quiet satisfaction of organized effort, of seamless planning, of reflective oversight, fills the office, reinforcing awareness of human interdependence, thought and labor, mind and hand. Step slowly, step gently. Repetition anchors consciousness. Trace, check, annotate, review. Trace, check, annotate, review. Each repetition gentle, hypnotic, allowing reflection without urgency, reinforcing calm. Step slowly, step gently. The day winds down. The hum of fans softens. The scratch of pencils slows. The warm light of late afternoon softens shadows across plans. Each desk organized, each annotation in place, each schedule accounted for. Step slowly, step gently. You lean back, take a slow breath, feel the quiet satisfaction of mindful oversight. Observe the interplay of effort above and below, and step slowly, step gently. The tools of thought rest. The plans are complete for the day. The hum of planning fades. The echoes of office rhythm linger. Step slowly, step gently. The mental rhythm, calm and meditative, prepares the mind for reflection and closure, bridging seamlessly toward the final segment. The gentle contemplation of human effort across the entirety of the wartime experience. Step slowly, step gently, and you breathe, softly, steadily. The day, measured and deliberate, concludes in calm, reflective harmony. Step slowly, step gently. The calculations hum with you. The blueprints hum with you. The rhythm of thought and care echoes softly. Step slowly, step gently. The day rests, and so does the mind. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You sit at your desk, the morning sun spilling gently across the surface, illuminating blueprints that stretch across the table. Each line a careful trace of human thought, each annotation a quiet testament to planning and precision. The faint smell of ink and paper mixing with polished wood beneath your fingers. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Your hands glide over the edge of a ruler, feeling the smooth wood, noting its slight weight, the gentle resistance as it presses against the paper. And you pick up a compass, its metal cool to the touch, the hinge tight yet yielding, the pencil poised delicately at its tip. And you imagine drawing perfect arcs, slow, precise, a rhythm forming with the movement of your wrist, the arc of the line connecting thought to paper. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Beside the compass, a caliper rests quietly, metal jaws polished to a soft gleam, its sliding motion smooth, tactile, precise, allowing you to measure distances between lines, gauge tolerances with a gentle push and pull. Each fraction of a millimeter considered, imagined in concert with the labor of workers below, the rivets, the panels, the bolts, all forming a silent symphony of human coordination. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The faint scratch of pencils, the soft rustle of paper, the hum of ceiling fans, and the whisper of colleagues consulting quietly over plans layer together in a steady background. A lullaby of structured thought, rhythmic and continuous. Step slowly, step gently. You pause, pencil-lifted eyes, scanning a detailed drawing of a B-24 Liberator, wing noting each rib spar and rivet hole, mentally tracing the steps a worker would take to align panels, secure fasteners, check tolerances, the mind moving in quiet synchronization with the anticipated labor. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The blueprint shifts slightly under your hand, and you lean in, adjusting its position, tracing a line once more, verifying annotations against calculated dimensions, imagining the subtle micro-adjustments required, the soft pressure of a gloved hand, the gentle tap of a rivet, the rhythmic hum of the factory floor above, all integrated into your contemplative motion. Step slowly, step gently. Each tool is revisited in turn, The ruler slides along a measured line, fingers pressing lightly to maintain alignment. The compass draws a new arc, pencil gliding softly. Calipers measure repeatedly, confirming dimensions in a slow, meditative loop. Protractors and templates follow quietly, angles verified with calm attention, the repetition forming a hypnotic cadence. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The mind layers multiple perspectives simultaneously, overlaying factory rhythms with schematic precision, imagining each worker's motion in harmony with the technical plan, noting tolerances, clearance spaces, torque requirements, all processed deliberately, calmly, without urgency, step slowly, step gently. Occasional annotations are made, small notes in the margin, reminders of follow-ups, double checks for potential misalignments, each written with soft, deliberate motion, pencil gliding across paper, adding to the rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The afternoon sun shifts, shadows lengthening over tables, light catching on small instruments, the metallic gleam of a compass hinge, the polished surface of a caliper, the faint reflection on ruler edges, each object observed with gentle mindfulness, the eyes moving, slowly tracing contours, noting measurements, imagining mechanical actions unfolding in precise harmony below. Step slowly, step gently. The mental layering deepens. You envision assembly sequences for Sherman tanks, panel placements, turret alignment, bolt sequences, all visualized softly, each imagined movement measured, each action slow, deliberate, non-urgent, forming a loop of reflective attention. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Beside you, another engineer leans over, offering a quiet observation, a soft suggestion, a minor adjustment, noted and incorporated seamlessly. Interaction brief yet meaningful, reinforcing human collaboration within the rhythm of meticulous planning. Step slowly, step gently. You pick up another sheet, diagrams of munitions, layouts, carefully comparing dimensions, imagining the alignment of shells in assembly racks, the gentle rotation of a wheel, the soft tap of inspection tools, all mental motions integrated with tactile interaction, pencils tracing lines, measurements confirmed. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Small mental recalculations occupy time as you adjust tolerances, compare schematics, ensure that each panel, each fastener, each component fits within exacting standards, the mind moving in a gentle loop of measurement, verification, reflection. Step slowly, step gently. Imagined worker motions provide a quiet companion to technical calculations, the lift of a panel, the alignment of a jig, the check of a gauge, the application of pressure, all processed in a calm, meditative rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Each minor adjustment reinforces both precision and hypnotic cadence. Pencil tapping softly against paper, ruler sliding, compass rotating, caliper measuring, annotations added with delicate motion. Step slowly, step gently. Ambient sounds layer subtly. Distant clock ticks, soft scraping of chair legs, low murmurs of colleagues consulting, pages turning, all forming a soft auditory background that harmonizes with mental focus, reinforcing calm concentration. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Periodic pauses allow observation. Eyes lift from paper to window, sunlight casting shifting shadows across, instruments noting subtle variations in light and temperature, reflecting on how these affect visual perception and mental clarity. then returning attention to blueprints, measurements, and calculations, step slowly, step gently. The progression of plans unfolds over hours. Sequential layouts of aircraft fuselages, engine compartments, wing assemblies, each step imagined and traced with pencil, recalculated, verified, repeated in hypnotic cadence. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The tactile qualities of each tool continue to anchor attention. Ruler edges smooth beneath fingers, compass hinge cool, caliper sliding, pencil tip precise, all sensations layered with mental visualization of factory work. Step slowly, step gently. Micro interactions between colleagues reinforce subtle social rhythm. Shared observations, quiet verification of calculations, nods of understanding, minor suggestions incorporated calmly, each motion absorbed into the larger pattern of meditative planning. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. As the day progresses, additional sheets are reviewed, modifications to prior designs, annotations for improved efficiency, minor corrections noted cross-reference, mentally mapped onto the assembly floor, imagined worker movements traced alongside measured schematics. Step slowly, step gently. Repetition continues to provide hypnotic comfort. Line traced, dimension checked, tolerance verified, arc drawn, trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Sunlight fades, shadows deepen, office quiet settles. But calculations and diagrams continue to hum softly, in rhythm, with attentive observation, the mind layered with reflective loops of planning and oversight. Step slowly, step gently, gentle reflection, imagining the subtle impact of design choices on efficiency, worker comfort, and production flow. Each decision noted calmly, softly, integrated into the overarching rhythm of careful thought. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Sensory layering remains, slight warmth from heating units, faint smell of ink and paper, soft light shifting across edges of paper, hum of ceiling fans, scratch of pencil, each layered incrementally to maintain sleep-friendly meditative tone. Step slowly, step gently. As afternoon deepens, attention remains deliberate and unhurried, revisiting prior calculations, confirming tolerances, imagining assembly sequences, each mental adjustment, gentle, reflective, rhythmic. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. And so, the rhythm continues, uninterrupted. Tools, blueprints, mental visualization, ambient sensory layers, human interactions, repetitive motion of pencil and caliper, all forming a long, continuous meditation on planning, precision, and the silent, gentle pulse of human coordination. Step slowly, step gently. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The mind rests lightly on the patterns unfolding, the gentle cadence of office work, an imagined factory motion, each line drawn, each measurement verified, each mental simulation performed in slow, calm repetition. Step slowly, step gently, trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The day continues in this measured rhythm. Thoughts, movements, tools, and diagrams interwoven seamlessly, creating a hypnotic, reflective loop, soft, continuous, meditative, and sleep-friendly. Step slowly, step gently, and so the planning unfolds. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The work is steady. And the calculations hum softly. The blueprints hum softly. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You settle into your chair once more, reaching for a stack of correspondence neatly arranged to your left. The soft rustle of paper and gentle scratch of pencil forming a subtle backdrop to your thoughts. Pick up, read, note, pick up, read, note. Each envelope and folded sheet carries information vital to the smooth functioning of multiple factories. Schedules carefully aligned, production quotas meticulously recorded, minor adjustments indicated in calm, deliberate notation, the rhythm slow and steady, almost hypnotic. Step slowly, step gently. You begin with letters addressed to plant managers, soft cursive or neatly typed, each word considered, every instruction measured, ensuring clarity without urgency, the tone professional yet unhurried, encouraging careful attention to assembly, alignment of panels, and timely completion of aircraft fuselages or munitions shipments. Pick up, read, note. Pick up, read, note. Imagined micro-dialogues accompany the writing. A quiet suggestion to double-check the torque on a recently installed rivet line. A gentle reminder to monitor worker rotation to maintain steady pace. A soft acknowledgement of recent progress in a production cell. Step slowly, step gently. Each annotation layers thought with tactile rhythm. Pencil glides across paper, fingertips trace folded edges, ruler slides beneath lines to ensure alignment. Ink flows steadily, trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The correspondence extends to fellow engineers, memos detailing recalculated tolerances, suggestions for minor adjustments to blueprints, reminders of cross-department coordination, all communicated in a calm, structured tone. Micro-dialogues are imagined internally. Perhaps a minor adjustment here. Would this improve efficiency? Yes, it will. Let us verify. Each thought looping gently, soft and reflective. Step slowly, step gently. Cross-referencing schedules occupies the next layer of attention. Verifying shipments, noting material allocations, confirming the number of rivets, bolts, and panels required per shift, imagining the workers, aligning components on the floor, each mental simulation synchronized with the tactile motion of pen and pencil trace. Check, align, trace, check, align. Minor notes are inserted. Reminders to confirm quotas with production foremen, annotations to track efficiency metrics, suggestions for slight rearrangements in workflow, all performed slowly, deliberately, rhythmically, creating a soft loop of contemplative planning. Pick up, read note, pick up, read note. Occasional imagined conversations with plant managers arise. Calm voices discussing progress, gentle clarification of instructions, subtle mentoring, soft advice on maintaining steady pace, all filtered through a reflective, meditative lens. Step slowly, step gently. The act of checking, rechecking, and confirming continues in gentle repetition, verifying blueprints against production, notes ensuring that deadlines remain manageable, cross-referencing material availability, imagining each worker's step, each machine's hum, the alignment of each panel, all integrated into the mental rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Brief annotations for unexpected situations are included. A minor delay in metal shipment, a slightly adjusted shift schedule, a reminder to rotate teams during long assembly sequences. Each recorded softly, measured without alarm. Step slowly, step gently. Letters folded and placed in designated trays, pencils set aside, envelopes carefully stacked, all movements performed with deliberate attention to tactile detail, the sound of paper. confirming that each component will arrive at the right place at the right time. The cadence, soft, continuous, meditative, step slowly, step gently. Internal reflection considers the human element, how workers will respond to subtle adjustments, how minor modifications to plans can improve comfort or efficiency. Imagining small nods of understanding, quiet cooperation, the gentle alignment of human action with careful oversight. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Coordination with other departments forms the next layer, receiving updates from material storage, noting adjustments to assembly sequences, confirming inspection results, all processed deliberately, without urgency, creating a hypnotic loop of soft repetition. Step slowly, step gently. Imagined exchanges are calm. A foreman reporting, materials arrive steadily. Workflow continues smoothly. Adjustments made, and you respond internally with reflective consideration. Approving minor modifications, suggesting gentle corrections. The dialogue unhurried, reflective, reinforcing a sense of continuity. Pick up, read, note. Pick up, read, note. The sensory environment layers steadily. Faint hum of fans, soft scratch of pencils, subtle rustle of papers, filtered sunlight shifting across desks, the occasional distant murmur of colleagues, all harmonizing with the internal rhythm of planning and coordination. Step slowly, step gently. Mental recalculations continue in tandem with physical movements, verifying quotas, cross-checking blueprints, imagining worker efficiency, projecting minor adjustments into future shifts, all performed in calm, reflective loops. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Subtle mentorship occurs through annotations, quiet reminders, suggestions for slight improvements, soft encouragement embedded in the text. Each gesture, small, deliberate, harmonious with meditative office rhythm. Step slowly, step gently. Attention returns to the sequence of letters, reviewing envelopes, double-checking names, ensuring clarity of instruction, confirming that every note aligns with broader production strategy. Pencils tracing lines lightly, finger tracing margins softly. Trace, check, check, align, trace, check, align. Periodic pauses allow observation, glancing at schematic diagrams, noting light shifting across instruments, imagining airflow in the workshop, tracing mental sequences of rivet installation, panel alignment, torque application, all visualized softly, deliberately, the mind moving in quiet loops of reflection. Step slowly, step gently. Repetitions anchor thought, each pencil mark deliberate, each note checked, each instruction verified, layering tactile, visual, and cognitive rhythm into a hypnotic pattern. Pick up, read, note. Pick up, read, note. Minor adjustments are integrated calmly. Schedule changes, revised quotas, small logistical updates, each written softly, measured, incorporated into the overall flow of coordination. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The sequence of correspondence, micro-dialogues, annotations, and reflections continues uninterrupted. Mental visualization of worker activity, alignment with plans, cross-referencing production needs, imagined collaborative discussion with engineers and foremen, all performed slowly, rhythmically, meditative in tone. Step slowly, step gently. Sensory and cognitive layering persists. Tactile engagement with instruments and documents, combined with reflective mental simulation, forming a continuous loop of calming focus. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. As the day progresses, final checks are made, letters reviewed twice, annotations confirmed, minor reminders noted, schedules finalized, all motions deliberate, flowing seamlessly, step slowly, step gently. The rhythm of coordination settles into a soft, continuous pattern. Check, annotate, verify, imagine, check, annotate, verify, imagine, all performed with measured calm, creating a meditative cadence that harmonizes office work, planning, and human oversight. Pick up, read, note, pick up, read, note. Subtle reflections on interdependence emerge. The quiet pulse of factories below, the precision of worker motions, the alignment of mental and physical planning, all acknowledged calmly, without urgency. Each repetition reinforcing sleep-friendly rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. And so the day of communication and coordination unfolds gently, each letter, note, and adjustment contributing to a hypnotic loop of structured thought, meditative planning, and quiet oversight. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You rise from your desk and step carefully down the quiet office corridor, the soft echo of your shoes blending with the faint hum of distant machinery. Each step deliberate, measured, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently, pushing open the heavy door that separates administrative calm from the rhythmic pulse of the factory below. You descend the stairs at a gentle pace, feeling the subtle vibration through the handrail, the metallic temps in the air growing faintly stronger with each step. And you breathe slowly, inhaling the layered scents of oil, metal, and warm machinery, exhaling softly as your eyes adjust to the dimmer, utilitarian light that spills from high windows and hanging lamps. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Approaching the main production floor, you pause to observe the synchronized rhythm of labor, rivets striking with measured cadence, panels aligned meticulously by gloved hands, tools moving in gentle arcs, conveyors carrying components forward in slow procession. The subtle metallic hum underscoring the entire scene. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Your gaze sweeps along assembly lines, noting individual motions. A worker lifts a panel carefully, rotates it to fit precisely, fingers brushing lightly against metal edges before securing fasteners, hammer raised, rivet struck softly yet firmly, and the sound resonates gently across the hall, echoing softly against concrete walls. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You pause beside a group assembling fuselage sections, observing the quiet interplay between individuals, whispered coordination, nods exchanged over minor adjustments, hands brushing lightly as panels are positioned, subtle glances confirming alignment, all forming a meditative choreography of human labor. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The conveyor hum is steady, punctuated by faint squeaks of moving parts, the gentle clatter of rivets, the soft hiss of pneumatic tools, all blending into a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Moving along the line, you notice minor variations in technique. Some hands more practiced, fingers tracing edges with refined precision, others deliberate and careful, each motion contributing to the overall flow, each gesture forming a small, measured pattern within the larger cadence. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Pausing near a worker polishing metal surfaces, you observe tactile subtleties, cloth gliding over panels, fingers feeling for imperfections, repeated motions layering into a gentle rhythm. The soft friction generating a faint warmth and slight metallic scent. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Check, align. You linger near a small group, adjusting gauges and tolerances, observing careful rotations, micro-adjustments, the subtle pressure of fingers against calibration tools. Each movement deliberate, rhythmic, forming a hypnotic loop of tactile observation. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The ambient sensory environment deepens. Faint worry of motors, gentle vibrations from presses, the occasional soft clink of metal against metal. Air carrying warm, slightly oily scent, light shifting subtly across surfaces, casting shadows that slowly lengthen as the day progresses. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Reflecting inwardly, you wonder, softly, I wonder if the sequence flows smoothly. Does the rivet strike, align? Is the panel true? Are workers comfortable? Are motions steady? Does the assembly maintain rhythm? Are tools functioning as intended? Each question rising and fading gently, unhurried. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Approaching a quieter section, you observe workers inspecting finished components, panels laid carefully on tables, gauges checked meticulously, small brushes removing dust or oil, each motion deliberate and repeated, creating a calming pattern. Trace, align. You imagine the mental focus required, attention to tolerance, sequence, and precision maintained throughout hours of labor, each person moving in harmony with the machinery, with co-workers, with plans traced upstairs in the office. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Occasional interactions are soft and measured. A worker asking a colleague to pass a tool, nods, confirming adjustments, quiet guidance given responses, gentle, collaborative, reinforcing the rhythm of labor without urgency. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Pausing near a partially completed Sherman tank, you watch hands lift panels, align. Turret mounts, tighten bolts, visual inspection performed with careful fingers and steady eyes, soft exhalations marking completion of minor tasks, each movement layered into the meditative cadence of the factory. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Moving toward the rear of the plant, conveyor belts carry smaller components, munitions lined carefully, parts organized systematically, fingers tracing edges, soft taps confirming placement. The gentle metallic hum continues, echoing in a rhythm that synchronizes with your steps. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Ambient temperature variations are noted. Warmth radiating from recently welded panels, cooler air near open doors, faint drafts stirring dust motes in beams of sunlight, adding sensory depth without urgency. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You pause to observe a team finishing inspection of B-24 engines. Rotational movements gentle, fingers tracing fins, checking alignment, noting tolerances, minor adjustments made with precise rhythmic motion. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Reflection softens further. You consider the contrast between calm, deliberate office planning and the tactile rhythmic labor of the floor, each informing the other, each reliant on subtle communication, trust, and repetition. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You move along a walkway above the assembly lines. The perspective allowing gentle observation. Workers moving in orchestrated patterns. Tools gliding smoothly. Panels rising and lowering in slow sequence. Machinery vibrating softly beneath. The combined sensory impression. Meditative, soothing, trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Imagined small micro-dialogues arise, soft reminders about alignment, gentle affirmations of quality, quiet coordination of sequences, all internalized, repeating in hypnotic cadence, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Your mind follows the flow of rivets, bolts, and panels, each step measured, each motion considered. Repetition forming a calming pattern, imagining hands moving, machines humming, workers breathing slowly and evenly, the quiet pulse of labor echoing the rhythm of your own steps. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The sensory layering remains rich, metallic tangs, warm surfaces, faint oil aroma, soft squeaks, distant whistles, the gentle hum of machinery as a continuous undercurrent. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Observation continues uninterrupted, worker after worker performing precise sequences, each motion measured, each interaction gentle, each rhythm reinforcing meditative cadence. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Pausing briefly, you reflect softly. Does each motion flow smoothly? Do sequences maintain consistency? Is alignment true? Is rhythm preserved? Questions rising and falling with no urgency. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The tour progresses methodically, slow walks between stations, subtle observations of efficiency, alignment, and technique, each considered quietly, repeated mentally in rhythmic loops. Trace, check, align, trace, check, check, align. The contrast between office calm above and tactile labor below remains meditative, reflective, sleep-friendly. Upstairs plans translated into rhythmic, physical motion, each element synchronized in quiet harmony. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Sensory notes layer with thought, warmth, cool, metal, faint sense, rhythmic, sounds, shadows, reflections, all combining in a gentle, hypnotic loop. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Small mental notes recorded, minor adjustments to sequence, soft reflections on worker comfort. You remain at your desk, eyes drifting slowly toward the tall windows lining the office, noticing how the light shifts subtly across the polished wooden surfaces and schematic diagrams, the soft glow deepening in the morning, mellowing by midday, and dimming toward afternoon, each angle tracing faint patterns across rulers, calipers, and folded blueprints. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. A quiet draft filters through slightly ajar panes, brushing lightly against papers, tickling the edges of envelopes, whispering across the floor, carrying a faint scent of rain or distant smoke. And you pause to inhale calmly, integrating this gentle sensory note into the rhythm of your planning. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The warmth of radiators hums softly, radiating comfort that shifts as the day progresses, spreading unevenly across the office. Warming fingertips that hold pencils and compasses, layering tactile reassurance atop the visual and auditory environment. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You reflect softly on the progression of projects over weeks and months, how assembly sequences have gradually optimized, how small adjustments have smoothed workflow, how quotas that once seemed ambitious now fit seamlessly into the measured rhythm of production. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Minor annotations in project logs mark incremental improvements, subtle recalculations, slight adjustments in material allocation, each performed deliberately and rhythmically. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The calendar on the wall shows shifts in seasons, each month bringing minor changes. The warmth of summer sun penetrating higher windows, the cool drafts of autumn, the muted gray of winter mornings, all observed quietly, incorporated into mental maps of workflow and office comfort. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Attention drifts to the movement of light across drafting tables. Morning light illuminating measurement lines, noon softening the shadows, afternoon slanting across instruments, reminding you of time's slow passage, the gentle reminder echoing rhythmically in alignment with pencil movements. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You notice how the subtle seasonal shifts influence workflow. Slightly cooler air, prompting layering of clothing. Slightly warmer surfaces affecting the touch of calipers. Faint condensation on window panes, providing sensory notes without distraction. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Project timelines extend through months. Initial sketches of fuselage panels evolving into precise blueprints. Revisions annotated quietly. Tolerances recalculated. Sequences refined in a slow, meditative progression. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The rhythm of daily office routine interweaves with temporal awareness. Pencils tracing lines, hands adjusting instruments, eyes scanning diagrams, minds simulating worker movements, all synchronized with subtle changes in light, temperature, and airflow. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Imagined micro-reflections rise gently. How have sequences improved? Do alignments remain consistent? Are minor inefficiencies smoothed? Have small adjustments yielded subtle gains? Each thought flowing calmly, unhurried. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You observe the quiet evolution of office organization. Files repositioned to accommodate seasonal lighting. Schedules slightly modified to optimize workflow. Minor rotations of staff reflected in seating charts. All adjustments performed with soft deliberation. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Sensory layering persists. The warmth of late morning sun, faint drafts through slightly cracked windows, soft scratching of pencil on paper, distant hum of fans, slight rustle of paper as logs are updated, all harmonizing in a gentle, hypnotic cadence. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Reflection continues on the human element over time. How workers adapt to seasonal conditions. How minor office adjustments propagate through factory floor sequences. How slow accumulation of small changes enhances efficiency and comfort. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Mental notes of project progression layer over tactile observations. Folding letters, sliding rulers, calibrating instruments, cross-referencing logs, each movement synchronized with quiet reflection on past weeks and months. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Imagined gentle exchanges occur as though whispered across time, past memos influencing present adjustments. previous observations guiding minor corrections, small annotations informing ongoing refinement, all processed slowly, rhythmically, meditative in tone. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The subtle temporal rhythm extends to seasonal transitions, light shifts with solstice, drafts respond to wind changes, warmth of radiators varying with external temperatures, each influencing tactile and visual environment, each absorbed calmly, without urgency. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Reflections deepen. Consideration of cumulative effect of months of planning. Minor procedural refinements. Quiet improvement in coordination with workers below. Slow integration of temporal awareness with spatial observation. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Sensory focus remains steady. Filtered sunlight, gentle fan hum, pencil scratch, paper movement, subtle warmth, soft draft, each element reinforcing meditative repetition. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Temporal layering continues through project sequences. Initial blueprint, minor revision, adjustment after inspection. Cross-referenced with seasonal conditions. Each step performed slowly, deliberate, synchronized with tactile and visual feedback. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Imagined internal dialogue. Have adjustments kept pace? Is workflow optimized? Are tolerances maintained? Do sequences continue smoothly, rising and falling in gentle rhythm? Unhurried, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The hypnotic repetition embeds temporal awareness into the daily office routine. Check, annotate, observe, reflect. Check, annotate, observe, reflect. Each day layered upon the previous, each week subtly influencing the next, all performed slowly, rhythmically, softly. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Sensory immersion continues. Warmth shifting with sun angle, drafts moving lightly, slight variations in light across instruments and plans, soft rustle of paper, scratch of pencil, distant fan hum, quiet reflections on procedural evolution. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Attention drifts to minor details, adjustments made for seasonal lighting, recalibration of instruments after temperature changes, minor rearrangements of logs and correspondence, all incorporated slowly into meditative workflow. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Imagined sequences of progress over months create hypnotic loops. Letters filed, blueprints adjusted, tolerances checked, minor corrections noted, reflective consideration of worker interaction below, all performed calmly. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The gentle awareness of time's passage deepens, days flowing into weeks, months subtly altering environmental conditions. Each office gesture synchronized with temporal rhythm, each reflection reinforcing continuity and meditative focus. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Small mental notes accumulate softly, minor improvements noted, sequences optimized, adjustments layered into ongoing plans. Each considered slowly, rhythmically, with quiet attention. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The sensory and temporal layering merges fully. Visual shifts in light, tactile warmth, faint drafts, subtle pencil and paper sounds, internal reflections, seasonal awareness, all combining into a continuous, hypnotic cadence of meditative office observation. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Reflections continue gently, imagining how slight seasonal changes affect factory efficiency, subtle variations in worker comfort, gradual improvement in production flow, all noted softly, repeatedly, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. And so, each day, each week, each month flows into the next, minor adjustments accumulating into a quiet rhythm of meditative temporal awareness. The combination of office, routine, sensory observation, and seasonal reflection forming a slow, continuous, sleep-friendly loop. Step slowly, step gently, 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 step slowly, step gently. You walk slowly through the office space, observing the gentle ebb and flow of colleagues as they move quietly from desk to drafting table. Each step measured, deliberate, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Noting the subtle, soft exchanges that form the invisible network of mentorship and collaboration. A whispered suggestion about alignment here, a quiet nod of approval there, hands gesturing calmly toward a blueprint, fingers tracing lines as explanations are offered in hushed tones. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Small clusters of engineers gather around plans, discussing measurements in soft, reflective voices, adjusting calipers, rulers, and compasses with delicate precision, each movement slow, careful, reinforcing a rhythm that mirrors the meditative pulse of the office. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You notice one young assistant receiving gentle instruction on aligning fuselage panels, her fingers lifted carefully over the blueprint, eyes tracking the guide hand above hers, pencil poised lightly to annotate, the senior engineer's voice calm, measured, repeating directions with quiet patience. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Another pair of colleagues exchange notes regarding minor adjustments in tolerances, sliding papers across the desk in slow, deliberate gestures, observing each annotation carefully, nodding subtly to confirm understanding. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You pause to observe a micro-story unfolding. A junior draftsman carefully recalibrates a measuring gauge, hands shaking slightly at first, then gradually steadying under the soft, repetitive guidance of a mentor. The motion repeated slowly, over and over. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. As the day progresses, you notice quiet cycles of observation and repetition. One engineer demonstrating a small technique, another practicing it in measured steps, hands tracing lines, fingers aligning tools, eyes following softly, annotations made and rechecked. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Subtle recognition flows gently between colleagues, a nod, a soft well done, a faint smile, the exchange barely audible, yet reinforcing the calm social rhythm of the office. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. A small group huddles over a particularly complex schematic, each taking turns explaining, demonstrating, observing, annotating. The rhythm of teaching and learning, forming a slow, hypnotic cadence. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Individual micro-stories weave together. One engineer noting a minor improvement in sequence. Another carefully replicating a previous adjustment. The assistant gradually mastering measurement precision. Fingers now steady, eyes focused yet relaxed. Trace, check, align. Trace, check, align. Occasional gentle exchanges punctuate the workflow. Soft inquiries about tolerances, calm guidance on alignment, quiet confirmations of correct sequence, all absorbed into the rhythmic flow. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You pause at a drafting table where annotations are being compared to production observations from the factory floor below. Fingers tracing discrepancies, mentors suggesting adjustments, assistants repeating gestures, checking measurements, rechecking annotations. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The room hums quietly with soft activity, the scratch of pencils, the whisper of paper being moved, the gentle sigh of rolling chairs. Faint creaks of floorboards beneath careful steps, all layered with the subtle undertone of human coordination. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Reflection drifts in gently, observing how slow, repeated mentorship fosters skill without tension. How quiet recognition reinforces confidence. How patient demonstration allows learning to occur in measured, meditative rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Micro-stories continue to unfold. 1. Assistant mastering blueprint annotation after repeated guidance. Another noticing improved alignment under subtle observation. A senior engineer quietly reviewing sequences with satisfaction. Each interaction slow, repeated, reinforcing calm attention. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Subtle repetition layers naturally. Reviewing measurements, teaching alignment, observing execution, annotating progress, repeating gestures, tracing lines, checking dimensions. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Over time, small adjustments accumulate. Fingers more precise, eyes more discerning, mental focus deepened, all occurring in soft, rhythmic repetition. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Interpersonal dynamics remain gentle, quiet guidance offered softly. Collaboration maintained with calm attentiveness, recognition granted with small, measured gestures, all reinforcing the hypnotic, sleep-friendly rhythm of office life. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. You pause to absorb the layered sensory environment. Subtle hum of ventilation, faint scent of polished wood and ink. Slight warmth from radiators, paper shifting under fingers, pencils tracing gentle arcs across blueprints, micro-gestures of teaching and learning, forming continuous, soft patterns. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Imagined reflections on mentoring emerge softly. Does the assistant understand the sequence? Are adjustments remembered? Is alignment precise? Is rhythm maintained? Each thought rising and falling gently, unhurried. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. The temporal rhythm of instruction blends with sensory observation, repeated alignment checks, slow tracing of lines, gentle verification of tolerances, all overlaid with subtle seasonal awareness. Slight shifting slightly through windows, faint drafts, moving papers, warmth and coolness affecting comfort. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. The hypnotic loop deepens. Observation, guidance, repetition, adjustment, teaching, learning, reflection, tracing lines, checking measures, annotating, repeating, step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Subtle social microarcs continue. Assistants gradually gaining confidence. Engineers noticing improved execution. Quiet acknowledgement exchanged through nods and smiles. Soft verbal cues, all forming a gentle cycle of mentorship. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Small, imagined internal dialogues add meditative depth. Has instruction been absorbed? Are sequences understood? Are gestures smooth? Is workflow steady? Rising and fading gently, with no urgency. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Sensory and social elements layer seamlessly. Tactile sensation of pencils, visual tracking of annotations, auditory presence of whispered guidance, ambient warmth and draft, repeated gentle gestures reinforcing learning. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Each repeated cycle of mentorship reinforces hypnotic cadence, demonstrating, observing, guiding, repeating, confirming, adjusting. Each step calm, deliberate, meditative, trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Reflection remains soft, imagining months of slow skill acquisition, gradual improvement of sequences, quiet satisfaction in observed progress, continuity of gentle social rhythm maintained across time. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Micro stories accumulate gently. Junior engineers mastering alignment, assistants internalizing procedures, mentors observing quietly, minor corrections absorbed calmly, all forming continuous loops of rhythmic, sleep-friendly attention. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. Sensory layering persists. Soft pencil scratches, faint paper rustling, ambient fan hum, warm and cool air, subtle movements of hands, slight light shifts across desks, repeated reflection on gestures and sequences. Step slowly, step gently, step slowly, step gently. Over the course of the day, office social dynamics remain steady and meditative. Collaboration, mentorship, instruction, observation, recognition, repetition, layering gently into a hypnotic rhythm. Trace, check, align, trace, check, align. And so, each micro-interaction, each repeated gesture, each quiet acknowledgement, each gentle lesson blends seamlessly into the continuous, calm, rhythmic flow of office life, teaching and learning, observing and guiding, instructing and reflecting, repeating slowly, step slowly, step gently, 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 step slowly, step gently.